We want justice for my brother.
A family mourning after a 23-year-old is shot and killed during a robbery in Canton. Their calls for accountability and message for city leaders. Plus, Marylanders have spoken and crime is top of mind across the state. What Governor Moore had to say about his progress so far and hopes moving forward.
Well, we've got another cloudy day and still have to deal with a few more showers, but good news on the horizon as we get closer to the weekend. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning. Welcome to Fox 45 Early Edition on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Megan Gilland. It was downright cold yesterday, hoping for a warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us this morning, and oh no, not looking great, huh?
Soon.
Okay, that's good enough.
Yeah.
The hope
exactly.
of something down the road is all I need.
Right, I know. No kidding. I mean, temps in the 50s, the cloudy skies, the moisture that's there feels even colder, and that's how we're starting off this morning with clouds out over the Inner Harbor. No showers that we're tracking right now. Our temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Towson, Baltimore City, 49 in Woodlawn, 48 your temp in Dundalk. So weather story looks like this: cloudy and cool for the morning. We are tracking a few more afternoon showers, but we do have a warmer weekend ahead, and it's a very nice weekend that's around the corner. But our morning drive looking like this: temperature staying in the 40s for the next couple of hours, although we do stay dry. We'll track that potential for more of those rain showers coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller traffic network here this morning. Pretty quiet at this hour. Look at that light volume. No issues to report.
A kind-hearted person, 23-year-old brother, son, friend, co-worker.
We begin this morning in a city in crisis. A family is grieving this morning after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed during an armed robbery inside a T-Mobile in Canton over the weekend. Police say that the shooting happened after two men entered the business announcing the robbery. One of the suspects shot Fabian, and then both suspects ran away. This morning, they are still on the loose. Now, as the family prepares to lay their loved one to rest, they are speaking out.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do. We want justice for my brother. That we want Brandon Scott to fulfill, to protect this city, run this city from crime. He wanted peace. He was a peaceman, so I know he wanted peace. No violence on his heart at all.
Fabian's mother and father are unable to speak English, but they want their voices to be heard as well.
Estoy muerta en vida con lo que le pasó a mi hijo.
Me puedo sentir si estoy perdiendo a mi hijo.
Both parents say that they are alive but dead inside after the loss of their son. If you have any information about this case, you are urged to contact police. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, Baltimore City Police need your help identifying this person drawn in this sketch. Take a good look at your screen here. Back in June of 2022, police found a human skull and partially decomposed human remains of a man in a trash bag in the backyard of a vacant building on Showell Court. Anyone with information is asked to contact police or Metro Crime Stoppers. The number is right there on your screen. It is 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. Well, the latest Goucher College poll shows crime is the biggest concern for Marylanders. Of the 800 surveyed, 83% saying reducing crime is extremely or very important. Despite that, lawmakers in Annapolis did little to address violent crime.
This year, they nipped at a few little things on crime. They passed the legislation Ivan Bates wanted. I think that next year, this is a good bat signal for Democrats to say, we need to kind of focus on a couple things and get a little focus on what to do about this issue.
Last week, Fox 45 News questioned Governor Wes Moore on his first 100 days in office. He admitted he fell short when it came to addressing crime and public safety.
Specifically when it comes to issues like crime and public safety, I'm not waiting for the next legislative session in order to get the work done that needs to be done.
Well, that poll also shows 53% of Marylanders approve of Governor Wes Moore's performance 5 months into his term. 26% disapprove, and 20%, as you can see, are undecided right there. The other top issues that Marylanders want addressed include improving public schools, boosting the economy, and preventing childhood poverty. Making headlines now, a city council committee is putting a focus on vacant executive positions throughout the city. A number of those positions are open, including DPW director, the head of procurement, and fire chief. The council questioned the human resources director and city administrator Faith Leach about hiring incentives and barriers to attracting top talent. They say the city's requirement that executives live in Baltimore City is a major hurdle.
We have had several candidates that have identified the residency requirement as a barrier in recruitment. In fact, we have one agency where we've been recruiting for a bureau head for quite some time, and a person has been acting in an interim capacity, and that person would be, quite frankly, the ideal candidate for the position. But they don't want to sell their house in the county to move into the city and start over again.
Well, city leaders didn't talk about the issues facing Baltimore as the reason why candidates don't want to live in the city. But we have spoken with economists who have told Fox 45 News the crime, the grime, and high property taxes are behind Baltimore's falling population. The hearing came after reports that the mayor's chief of staff and communications director left their positions. Council members say they haven't heard from the mayor's office about those positions. The council president says he learned about the vacancies through the media. Still ahead this morning, new developments in the case of Adnan Syed, why he asked the court to reconsider his conviction and their final decision. Plus another cooler start to the morning here. We've got a chance of showers, too. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when that sunshine returns. Your time now is 4:37, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning.
Welcome back. We're just about 4:40 on your Wednesday morning. It is hump day, and we're tracking, a few of these light showers moving through parts of Carroll and northern Baltimore County. Very light at this time. We're not really talking about a lot of rain for your morning commute. Still tracking a few light snow showers in western Maryland with winter weather advisories there that continue in Garrett County through the morning time. So overall, as you head out the door, still going to need the jacket, still going to need the umbrella just in case. Not really the sunglasses, but good news is we do get to see more of that sun as we head closer to the weekend. We'll take a look at that forecast for you coming up in just a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, lawyers for Adnan Syed say they will seek a review from the Supreme Court of Maryland. Last week, Syed petitioned the appellate court to reconsider its decision to reinstate his conviction. Yesterday, that court ruled it is refusing to do so. Syed was set free in September after serving 2 decades in prison for the murder of Haymon Lee. Former City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby had moved to vacate that conviction in light of new evidence, but courts have ruled Haymon Lee's family was not given adequate notice under victims' rights laws. Stay with Fox 45 News for continuing coverage of this case. Still ahead on the Early Edition, a new report shedding light into the lack of transparency when it comes to remote city workers, the push for accountability moving forward from the Inspector General's office. Plus, the Maryland Cycling Classic is racing back to Baltimore, how this event could help transform our city. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jean Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. The Fed about to hit us with another interest rate announcement. How it will impact American families. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41 as you take a live look over Baltimore. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, a new report shows city officials have once again failed to properly monitor the city's teleworking employees. The Baltimore City Inspector General says for 8 months last year, an employee with the city was also working with city schools. That's against city policy, and according to the IG's investigation, the city wasn't aware of the dual rule. The employee resigned from the city in October of last year, but not before making a combined $104,000. 2 years ago, the IG warned the city to take a hard look at its work-from-home policy to avoid incidents like this. The IG addressed the lack of action.
We're beginning to find this as a pattern in the city that we, the Office of the Inspector General, is sometimes told that things have been corrected when in reality they haven't. So we're actually in the process right now of reviewing a lot of our prior cases and determining if indeed what they told us is correct. And we will be calling out anybody that gave us false information.
Before this incident, the IG found a DPW engineer working a second job during the same hours for DPW. For this latest report, the IG is once again asking the city to address the loophole. The IG is also leaving any decisions on civil or criminal penalties up to the city. The Baltimore City Comptroller's Office releasing a new tool to track how much money has been paid out in gun trace task force settlements. The tracker updates in real time with any new settlements. As of now, the city has paid out over $22 million in settlements. According to the tracker, 3 officers, Wayne Jenkins, Ryan Quinn, and Keith Gladstone, were responsible for over $11 million worth of those settlements. Looking ahead now this morning, the nation's top-ranked professional road cycling event is returning right here to Baltimore. The Maryland Cycling Classic will be happening once again this September across Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott and Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, they're unveiling the official jersey for this year's race. It will be held on September 3rd. For 4 days, race officials expect to welcome cyclists from all around the world to our region. The race kicks off in Sparks and it ends at the Inner Harbor.
Rec and Parks, BPD, DOT, DPW, everybody plays a role in making sure that an event like this goes off without a hitch. And you hear me talk a lot about the renaissance that is happening in our city and how we're transforming Baltimore into a premier destination for world-class entertainment and sporting events. And it feels great to see the manifestation of our words and all of our hard work.
I'm so excited about the ways in which all of the partnerships that have come together to really promote and highlight what a gem we have between the start in Baltimore County all the way to the finish in downtown.
Belgium racer Sepp van Mark won the inaugural race last year. Can't wait to see this one. Well, we know it's going to be burning up this summer in Baltimore. The Jonas Brothers are bringing their 5 albums one night tour to Charm City, happening September 22nd. The concert is going to be at CFG Bank Arena. Fans can pre-register for tickets at the Jonas Brothers website through this Saturday. A lot of big acts coming to our city here over the next few months. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, another big act here this morning for us.
Weren't they already here?
Were they? No.
They did that secret show.
Oh, they did, yeah. For a one-day thing, is that right?
Yeah, and so now they're coming back?
They had a lot of fun.
I don't understand the whole verified fan thing. Can't you just buy tickets?
Well,
it's stupid.
Remember T Swift and the whole Ticketmaster struggles?
That's really lame. Really lame. All right. Well, let's take a look at our forecast.
This is also pretty lame.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Couldn't agree more, Meg. Yep, that's what we're dealing with. Yeah. You know, and it's interesting, too. We said that it's summer, but there's September 22nd. It's basically the autumnal equinox. So kind of on the very end of summer, they'll be here, but that'll be nice and will eventually be warmer too. We got some clouds that are hanging around right now. Officially at BWI, we're at 47, southwest wind, only about 5 miles an hour right now. So light breezes at this time. A couple of light showers possible here over Baltimore over the next couple of hours. We're tracking some snow showers and winter weather advisories. until 10 o'clock this morning for Garrett County. That's where we're seeing some of that snow being picked up in western Maryland. It's all because of this guy, this area of low pressure that was over the Great Lakes. It's sliding a little further to the south, and it's going to be eventually moving out of here. But for the next couple of hours, we'll continue to keep the clouds around, picking up a few showers off and on eastern shore and over areas here in central Baltimore through about noon today. And then just a couple of pop-up showers, very similar to yesterday. We didn't have a lot of rain, but it was just kind of enough to make you irritated when you're stepping outside and trying to get the dog walked. And that's what we're going to have to deal with through the afternoon into the evening time. More of a northwesterly flow is going to be setting up for today. Overall, your next couple of hours as you rise and shine with us, keeping the clouds around, temperatures in the 40s on your rise and shine cast. We'll see the sun again, don't worry. But as we take a look out here in our day planner in the 8 o'clock hour, we're in the mid 40s here. And through noon today, not much improvement, only mid 50s, only topping out in those mid to upper 50s as we take you through about 2 and 3 o'clock for this afternoon. High temps today, well below average. Typically lower 70s is where we are. Most of us in the low to mid and upper 50s across central Maryland. Here's the good news. Our temperature tracker slowly trending up back to the mid 60s tomorrow. We're still below average Friday, but we're almost at 70 degrees. Yay! And then you can see as we head into the weekend and into early next week, a nice warming trend, really in the mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s on the way by next week. And the sun will be back as well. So we got to get through today. Tomorrow, a little bit more of an improving forecast here. And Friday and Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, all looking very good. There's a song like that, Meg. We were singing it the other day.
How's it go, Justin?
Remember that? Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Yeah. So.
Thank you, Justin. Out on the roads, you might be singing along just fine because look at this. Extremely light volume out there. JFX, look at that. 83 looking, I see one car out there. So great time to get up and head out. We have no issues to report here at this hour. Let's get a check on mass transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. See what kind of song he's singing for us this morning. Hi, Mark.
Yeah, wasn't that Sherelle of Saturday Night?
Oh, you're right. Justin's pretty pumped that you knew that. Well done.
Well, good morning. Out there right now for the commute start, you'll find Light Rail Link operating on time. No delays or issues there. Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills at Hopkins Station and the MARC train system without delay. Looking good for the start on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick line services of MARC. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Well, still ahead on the early edition, a family speaking out after a 23-year-old is shot and killed in Canton. Their calls on the mayor to make the city a safer place. But first, thousands of TV writers on strike. How this could have a major impact on some of your favorite shows. Time now, 4:52, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. Making headlines this morning, we are taking you live to Washington, D.C. here, where people have been gathering to raise awareness for Americans wrongfully detained all around the world.
You know, we're here not because we want to be, but we're here because we have no choice, because our loved ones are rotting away in foreign prisons for years and years and years.
Bring Our Families Home hosted the vigil, bringing together family and friends of those being held and even several people who have been freed. They are thanking the media for sharing their stories and getting involved in helping bring home others. The wall is covered in a mural of faces of detainees. Last night, the daughter of one got to celebrate her dad's return.
This was a reminder that many more Americans are away and need to return to their families. And now that our father is back, we can rest a little bit because he's here, but we are even more encouraged because we know it's possible that others will come back. And so that's why I'm so moved.
Bring Our Families Home recognizes 54 innocent Americans being held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. Several are not designated as such by the U.S. government. The group is calling on the White House to take immediate action. Attorneys for writer E. Jean Carroll call on two key witnesses in the civil battery and defamation trial against former President Donald Trump. Carroll accuses Trump of raping her in the mid-1990s in the dressing room of a department store. Her longtime friend, Lisa Birnbach, testified yesterday that Carroll called her minutes after the encounter to report what happened. Jurors also heard from 81-year-old Jessica Leeds, who says Trump molested her on a flight to New York City in the 1970s.
I would like to express my support for E. Jean Carroll with her suit against Trump. Her story rings true to me.
Trump has denied any wrongdoing, claiming the allegations are politically motivated to smear his reputation. Trump's lawyer said that the former president has decided against testifying. He has given sworn deposition testimony, which could be played for the jury. More than 11,000 film and television writers, take a look at this. They're on strike after failing to reach a new contract with the trade association that represents Hollywood studios and production companies. Late-night TV shows began airing reruns last night because of the first strike in 15 years. The strike could also delay the start of new seasons of other shows later this year.
Shows that you are anticipating a season coming up with in the next few months could be delayed as much as a year, if not more, depending on how the strike plays out.
It is not clear how long the strike will last. Some say it could go on for months. The Guild is seeking more compensation for writers up front. Oregon's Secretary of State is resigning over criticism surrounding a high-paying side gig. We're hearing Shemia Fagan will leave office next Monday. There's now an investigation into her role as a consultant for a marijuana firm, while her office conducted an audit of the state's pot regulator. The job paid $10,000 a month with massive bonuses for securing out-of-state contracts. Fagan said that her Secretary of State salary wasn't enough to get by. It listed as $77,000. The Democrat apologized this week.
Upon painful reflection, taking that contract was poor judgment. I made a mistake, and I own it, and I am sorry.
Oregon's governor requested an ethics review into Fagan's consulting contract with the marijuana company and the DOJ review of the audit. She also says that her office will start the process appointing a replacement.
The family of the employee murdered at this Canton T-Mobile speaking out just ahead their calls for justice.
Baltimore City Schools is responding to the taxi cab controversy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what they're saying, plus a taxpayer watchdog weighs in.
Well, we got more of the cloud cover hanging around, even a few showers to get through, but we do have some warmer numbers on the way as we get closer to the weekend. We'll be talking about it right here on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers here, and guess what? He's talking about rain again.
I know. Sorry. It's
Did you
MOTS.
just crack your knuckles?
I did, yeah.
Oh.
Is that bad? You don't like that?
I hate that sound.
Oh, feels good though, right?
I've been here like 2.5 years. I just didn't know that.
That's the first time I ever heard
All right,
that.
I apologize. I'll never, ever do that again in front of you. I don't want but we are, yes, it's the MOTS forecast, guys. More of the same. At least for today. We keep the cloud cover around there. Even a few light showers being picked up here on our HD radar. It's not much, but you're seeing a few of those showers in northern Baltimore County, back into parts of Carroll County as well. Even still, a few light snow showers in western Maryland as we kick off your Wednesday morning. Now, temperatures are going to stay cool, and we keep the clouds around as well throughout the day today. We do have that warmer weekend ahead, but Mr. Bo says we're good to go. You may run into a shower as we head in the next hour or two, but overall numbers staying mainly in the 40s as we get out for your morning drive. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roadways this morning in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a look at the highways around the region. Not a lot of people up and out at this hour, just a few cars on the road, and they are moving up to speed. Fox 45 News is following three big stories for you at 5 o'clock.
A 23-year-old shot and killed during a robbery right in the center of Canton. We hear directly from the victim family members and their calls for accountability.
Massive overpayments for transportation within Baltimore City schools. We look into how the school system could be so unaware.
Plus, mass murderer is now in custody in Texas. How officials were able to track him down.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and a city in crisis.
A kind soul, a kind-hearted person, 23-year-old brother, son, friend, co-worker.
A family torn apart after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed over the weekend.
Now, it all happened during an armed robbery inside a Canton cell phone store.
Shannon Lilly joins us live this morning outside that store with more on their loved one. Shannon.
Well, his family tells us that Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was a peaceful man. He had no violence in his heart, and he was gunned down just doing his job right here at this T-Mobile store right in the middle of Canton. Now, the family is now making plans for his funeral, and they tell us they are broken.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do.
And this is 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez right here on your screen. Police say the shooting happened after two men entered the business, announced a robbery, then one of them shot Fabian, then both suspects ran away, still on the loose this morning. Now, the deadly incident all happening in City Councilman Zeke Cohen's district, who has now met with the family.
This was a heartless, cold-blooded murder. For me, I am committing to doing everything within my power to both hold the police department accountable, to bring the perpetrators to justice.
And of course, the family is now also calling for justice. If you have any information, remember, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Thank you, Shannon. Turning now to a crisis in the classroom as Baltimore City school officials respond to the taxicab controversy uncovered by a recent Inspector General report.
That report claims a local cab company that was paid to take students to and from school may have driven off with more than $500,000.
Olivia Danz joining us live now with the latest. Olivia.
Well, Tom, the Inspector General's report is recommending that the school system request a refund from the cab company, but it's unclear if they've done that yet. Now, according to the report, this taxi company right here called Z-Trip, or formerly known as Yellow Cab, potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The IG report claims that from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the student had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed that they had been there. in total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. Now, in response to the findings, Baltimore City Schools sent a statement that says the discrepancies were, quote, primarily concentrated in the earlier years of the review period and have been mitigated by City Schools' efforts to increase oversight, end quote. Now, these taxis are another way for Baltimore City students to get to school. They're assigned for children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, or for those living in an area with a lack of bus routes. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams argues the Baltimore City school system has a lack of leadership and that it shouldn't have taken a state investigation to uncover 3 years worth of wasted funding.
We have seen this in the Baltimore City school system time and time again, whether it's students not graduating, whether it's ghost students, and now we have these bogus cab rides.
And we reached out to City Schools asking how they let this go on for so long, but so far we haven't heard back yet. And we also reached out to Z-Trip about the accusations. So far, no response as well. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Thank you, Olivia. Right now, a Texas community breathing a sigh of relief after a mass murder suspect is now behind bars.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the dramatic manhunt. Megan.
Yeah, guys, a 4-day manhunt in Texas finally over this morning for the man that you see right here behind me. We're getting word Francisco Oropesa was captured without incident yesterday afternoon in the town of Cut and Shoot, Texas, about 16 miles west from where the shooting took place last Friday. Officials say they were alerted to his location by a tip from a caller.
Bottom line is, we now have this man in custody. He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured, and he is currently being taken to my facility in Cold Springs.
He is accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style murder after neighbors complained about him using his rifle in his yard. Right now, he is being held on a $5 million bond. That's $1 million for each of the victims. We're told Oropesa is a Mexican national. Immigration officials have said that he has been deported at least 4 times since 2009. Just moments before his capture, guys, the U.S. Marshals announcing that it would add $20,000 to the reward, bringing the total to $100,000, which that caller with the tip will now receive. The focus, though, this morning turning to the 5 victims. You can see a makeshift memorial growing outside the home where that shooting took place. The youngest victim, just 9 years old. And now the search for justice for them begins. We're going to keep you posted as Oropesa heads to court facing 5 counts of first-degree murder. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. Maryland has quite the traffic problem, and it's costing you big time. Just ahead, how much Marylanders spend burning fuel while stuck in traffic.
City leaders are pushing for more transparency. Still ahead in our next half hour, the growing support now for a bill that looks into nonprofit spending.
Well, we've got a few more showers we have to get through, but on the other end, we will see some warmer conditions and a very nice weekend for the first weekend of May. We'll break it all down for you coming up on Fox 45, the early edition. Welcome back. Time right now is 5:10. It is Wednesday morning, middle of the week, our Wear Orange Wednesday with our 20-win O's. We're loving that. Looking outside right now. And our temperatures, probably not loving this. Temperatures in the mid to upper 40s for Cockeysville and Towson and Baltimore City, 45 Rosedale, 48 Essex and Middle River, down through Dundalk. So next 12 hours, numbers steadily rise. But again, we're having another day where we'll only see those numbers get to the mid to upper 50s with the cloud cover and a few more showers to have to get through as well. We'll break down exactly when that rain could impact you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Around the state, expect some delays if you are traveling the Bay Bridge this week. One lane of the eastbound span will be closed from 9 until 2:30 today and from 9 until noon tomorrow for preservation and maintenance work. One lane of the westbound span will also be closed for at least 6 hours each night through Saturday. You can check the full closure schedule at foxbaltimore.com.
Many Maryland drivers agree there are traffic problems all across our state.
And now the data backs up those concerns. A new study from TRIP shows that Maryland drivers burned nearly $6 billion in fuel waiting on congested roads last year.
In the Baltimore urban area, TRIP estimates that traffic congestion costs the average motorist to spend an additional 59 hours stuck in traffic annually and burning an additional 22 gallons of fuel. And the impact or the cost of that loss of time and fuel is $1,371.
Well, traffic dropped by nearly 50% during the pandemic, with more people staying at home, but those numbers are already back to pre-COVID levels.
More eyes turn to the Back River once again. Still ahead, why one group is collecting samples from the river again.
A new poll finds crime and education are the #1 priorities Marylanders want addressed. The governor's pledge after admitting that he fell short on some of his public safety goals. 5:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:15 and topping your consumer news this Wednesday morning. President Joe Biden and congressional leaders will meet next week in hopes of steering off a default on the nation's debt. Biden and House Speaker Kevin McCarthy appear to be at an impasse on increasing the nation's debt ceiling. GOP leaders insist that they have done their part to kick off negotiations. Well, last week, House Republicans passed legislation to raise the national debt limit by $1.5 trillion in exchange for cuts across some domestic programs. Democrats insist on a clean, wide-open bill.
He is not going to negotiate on the debt ceiling. Been very clear. That is not going to change. Now, I have said, as I said from the top here, that he's willing to have a separate conversation about their spending.
The message to the president at this point is also pretty clear. You've got a choice between accepting the House bill or entering into a discussion which the Speaker's been trying to have with the president for some time for an agreement between the two of them.
U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen claims June 1st is now the deadline for a default. President Biden invited the top 4 congressional leaders for face-to-face talks at the White House, and that is set to take place next Tuesday. Now, U.S. job openings fell in March to the lowest level in nearly 2 years, and according to the Labor Department, employers posted 9.6 million vacancies that month. It's down from 10 million in February. Layoffs also rose by 1.8 million. That's the highest since 2020. All signaling the job market is strong, but losing momentum. This as the Federal Reserve is set to roll out another rate hike later this week in hopes of stopping inflation. Apple and Google are working together to prevent Apple's AirTag from being used to track someone without their permission. Now, the two tech titans want to create a standard for alerting victims of unwanted tracking on Android and Apple systems. The AirTag is marketed as a way to help people find lost items, like your keys, by displaying an item's real-time location. But recent reports show that small $30 device is being used to stalk people since it went on sale in 2021.
Subaru is recalling vehicles because of an issue with the brake lights. The company recalling more than 4,000 2023 Imprezas as the brake light switch may have been improperly adjusted, which could result in turning the brake lights on without using the brake pedal. Recalled vehicles may also allow drivers to shift out of park without stepping on the brake pedal. Owners can check the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration database to see if their vehicle is involved in the recall.
5:18 now, and a new study lists the top fast food restaurants by state across the country. The study was compiled by the price tracking website Price Listo, and then based the study off of regional average monthly search volume over the last 12 months. Now, the chains that appeared the most across the country were McDonald's and Domino's, with at least one popping up in each state. Here in Maryland, top fast food restaurant, McDonald's. That came in first, followed by Chick-fil-A, and then third, Domino's.
Take a look at this. This is an adorable picture sent in by one of our viewers. Steve sharing this picture of his puppy relaxing in the car after a long day. Very cute. Well, whether you are sharing cute pictures of your puppy or maybe some springtime festivities, we want to see it all. Scan the QR code on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Hold on. Chick-fil-A's not fast food. It's chicken.
It's chicken. Well,
yeah.
What, you can't have fast food chicken? Oh, it's healthy? Is that what you're saying?
It's healthy chicken. Yeah, come on.
Healthy fast food.
Yeah, healthy fast food.
Yeah,
Right.
I had a whole thing. I was like, I'm not going to do fast food this year. No Taco Bell, even though I love it. But we still do Chick-fil-A.
Okay, all right. I see that.
But
You
that
separate
is-
that out.
Ah, interesting.
Yeah.
Because that's still fast food.
Right.
I'm going to let you have it, though.
Please, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. Trust me, Megan. I heard you moan over there. I'm sad about my Taco Bell thing, but I'll get back there at some point. Either way, good morning to all of you. Happy Wednesday. Wear Orange Wednesday is here, the first one in the brand new month. And yeah, more of the same. Got a lot of cloud cover out there. Even a few light showers being picked up here on our HD radar. This extends from northwestern Baltimore County over through Carroll County and back out toward Frederick as well. just some light showers is about all we're seeing. A couple of light snow showers are being picked up in parts of western Maryland, where we still have winter weather advisories for Garrett County. It's all because of this large area of low pressure. Now, this guy eventually is going to be shifting off to the south and to the east of us and moving out of here, changing up our weather pattern by the time we head into tomorrow and especially for this weekend. But we've got one more day of this, all of this garbage on here with a lot of the cloud cover, a couple of light showers here and there as we head toward the afternoon, and those breezy westerly and northwesterly winds. So as the kids head out to school, beep, beep, get them ready to go and make sure they're bundled up with temperatures only in the 40s here this morning, in the mid-50s through noontime, and we'll get to the upper 50s later this afternoon. Maybe an umbrella just in case you run into a stray shower or two, but these numbers in the low to mid and upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temps today. Howard and Arundel counties, you're also going to see those low to mid 50s across the board. Overall, on your mowcast, probably want to wait one more day. Got a yellow light for tomorrow. The grass will still be a little bit wet, but Friday definitely looking drier and better as well. But the pollen numbers are coming up too. Even though we've had some rain showers, grass back in that high category, trees in the moderate category for pollen out there. Here's a look at our 7-day forecast. Mid 60s tomorrow after our temps in the 50s today, but we're close to 70 on Friday, and then some low to mid 70s into your Cinco de Mayo weekend with upper 70s and even some lower 80s on the way early next week. Patrice?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking now at the Lynn Solar Traffic Network, a live look over 895 and 95, and people starting to get up and out, but everybody moving along just fine. No issues to report. Let's get a check of mass transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Patrice. Good morning, everyone out there on the BART train system. We've got Penn Train 505 and Canton 841 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for the start. Light rail link showing no delays or difficulties, on time there. And Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
The brazen and fatal armed robbery here in Canton hitting too close to home for another business owner. Coming up, why she's closing her shop after more than 40 years of being open.
Marylanders have spoken and crime is top of mind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what Governor Moore had to say about his progress so far. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
525 and making headlines this morning. A judge rules Montana State Representative Zoe Zephyr cannot return to the state house floor after she was censured by House Republicans. Now, the Democrat is Montana's first openly transgender lawmaker. House Republicans say she broke decorum last month when she said those who supported a ban on gender-affirming care for minors would have blood on their hands. They also say she encouraged a state house protest. Zephyr filed a lawsuit asking a court to allow her to return to the floor for debate. She is still a member of the House, but must vote on bills remotely.
New census data shows just how many voters cast their ballots early or by mail for the midterms. Nearly half of all voters in 2022 cast their ballots before Election Day or by mail. Asian and Hispanic voters led the way, a steep increase from the midterms in 2014 and 2018, but a drop from 2020. During the worst part of the pandemic, more than 2/3 of voters cast ballots early or by mail.
Former federal judges weigh in on Supreme Court ethics rules. According to a statement by conservative former Judge Michael Ludig, it is within Congress's power to enact new rules binding the High Court to a set of ethical standards. Those remarks came before yesterday's Senate hearing discussing a potential stricter code of conduct for justices. Another former judge who testified agrees.
The absence of a formal structure for defining and validating the ethical rules governing the Supreme Court justices is untenable. Too many Americans already think that the justices decide cases based on their political preferences and alliances rather than the law.
After recent reports revealed several of the court's conservatives had undisclosed travel, luxury, and property deals, Republicans at the hearing accused Democrats of cherry-picking evidence to undermine conservative justices.
Still ahead on the early edition, another cooler morning ahead. Our weather authority team will let us know when we heat back up.
A decision on interest rates just hours away. Straight ahead from our live center, what economists are predicting and what this means for your bank account. Time now 5:27. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Now, it's Wear Orange Wednesday, and a lot of us are thinking, okay, for the Orioles. Some of us are thinking just if we could see some sun.
That would be very nice. I have an outdoor event today, Justin, downtown, so I'm wondering how that's going to look from about 10 to 2.
Cloudy, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And cool. But the good news is, I'm not talking about big old heavy downpours or anything like that. Maybe a sprinkle or two, kind of like what we saw yesterday. If you look closely, right there, look at that. You see on the horizon, a little orange. Yeah, come on, maybe we'll watch the sunrise together. Maybe it'll peek out for a moment. Right now, we're tracking a few showers here. The green that's on the map from Eldersburg over to Coggiesville and up to Westminster as well. Just a few light showers being reported right now. Overall, in your running or your jogging cast, mid-40s next couple of hours, so it will stay cool, and we'll only get to the upper 50s today. But we are right back to the mid-60s tomorrow and even upper 60s with plenty of sunshine on Friday. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
5:31 in a city in crisis. Sunday's brazen armed robbery resulting in the death of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, now hitting close to home for one Highlandtown store owner.
She says it reminds her of when she was forced to fight for her life when an armed robber entered her store in March. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Canton with her demands for action. Shannon?
Well, it was a horrifying scene, Tom, inside this T-Mobile Sunday evening when this all broke out in this very popular Canton shopping center that's just across the way from this Safeway here. Lots of people in this area. And what happened in this Canton area, not too dissimilar to something that Jody Rossoff has experienced twice in just 6 months.
I can't handle that. I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me. I can't. It's crazy.
Back in March, Rossoff's Doc's Smoke Shop in Highlandtown was robbed at gunpoint for the second time. This time, the owner finding herself in a fight for her life, and it was all captured on surveillance. This scuffle ending with Rossoff shooting that suspect. He was later arrested and identified as Jerome Owens, a convicted felon with a criminal history that spans more than 25 years. So now Rossoff not only frustrated by the level of crime that we're seeing here in the city, but also the handling of these criminals. And Tom and Patrice, she is now closing her shop after more than 40 years of being open.
Shannon, what does she specifically want to see changed?
Well, first of all, Tom, she thinks that business owners should be able to go into their business each day and not be afraid for their lives. And she wants to see a lot change. She's frustrated with the mayor. She's frustrated with the judges, the prosecutors, and our former state's attorney as well. She says she wants to see these criminals be held accountable. She wants to see them arrested and prosecuted. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Well, turning now to a new debate at City Hall over Councilman Yitzi Slifer's efforts to better track how tax dollars are being spent.
Now, his bill calls for more transparency and accountability in the grant awarding process. Right now, once money is given to nonprofits, it's difficult to follow where it goes.
We've seen just in the past year, hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door through the ARPA funding and other funding, and it's important to know where that money is going, what those organizations are doing, and this bill is going to help improve that. This will hopefully answer a lot of questions that people have as to where the money is going and are we getting a good return on those investments.
Now, it's possible this bill could shed some light on how the Safe Streets program spends its money. Fox 45 News has been investigating that issue for more than a year. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says transparency is key.
People want this program to work. They want the streets to be safer, but they just don't know where the money is going. A lot of money is being spent, and a lot of lives are at risk. Taxpayers and the citizens want to know that the money that's being spent is being spent wisely.
We know that City Council President Nick Mosby is co-sponsoring the bill along with Council members Zeke Cohen and Danielle McCrae. Mark Conway and Antonio Glover voiced support. Now, we sent questions to other members asking where they stand, and we have not heard back. Fox 45 News pressed Mayor Brandon Scott about the plan on Monday. He didn't really take a stance.
I'm always someone that talks about transparency, but when you think about our grants, right, and the grants that the city gets, I don't think that anybody's going to argue that, especially when we get them from the federal and the state government that has a lot of requirements and that information is out there for the public to see. We're always going to be pushing that out there. We'll see and talk with the council member about the piece of legislation as it goes through the process.
Well, the legislation has been sent to the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee for further debate. It's not clear when a hearing will be scheduled. We want to hear from you. Do you think your council members should support the transparency bill? So far, 97% of those who have responded say yes. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote. A new Goucher poll revealing reducing crime and improving education, the most important things Marylanders are hoping Governor Wes Moore will address. Olivia Dance joining us live now with how the governor is responding to those concerns and what is on his agenda today. Olivia.
Well, Tom, Governor Moore is signing several bills today, but none of them are addressing Marylanders' top concern, which is crime. In fact, out of the 800 residents surveyed in that Goucher poll, 83% of them said that reducing crime is very important. Now, just last week, the governor was asked to respond to Republicans who say that he hasn't been tough enough on crime. Take a listen to what he said.
I'd say for the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the homicide rate in the state of Maryland. So their plans weren't working. For the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the rate of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland. Whatever was being done before, that wasn't working because we've continued to watch our communities feel less safe. So for people who say that we're not moving aggressively enough, A, I think they're not paying attention to what we're actually doing, and B, it's interesting that they're not acknowledging, and I'm asking where they were for the past 8 years.
When the governor was asked where he fell short in the past 100 days, he admitted it was in addressing crime and public safety. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes during the rest of his time in office. Now, as far as today, the governor will be busy as he is signing several bills addressing a variety of other concerns beyond crime. He's signing 4 bills focused on reproductive rights and freedom. Another bill is the Trans Health Equity Act, and the final bill is cannabis reform. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there when the governor signs those bills, and you can find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Early Edition.
We want justice for my brother.
23-year-old shot and killed during a robbery in Canton, sending a family into mourning. Their calls for accountability and the message for city leaders.
Thousands of TV writers on strike. How this could have a major impact on some of your favorite shows.
Plus, we could see showers again. Just ahead, the warm-up that's heading our way. 5:38, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. 5:41, and we are anticipating the Fed's next interest rate decision to be made in just a few hours.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the early predictions and what it will mean for you. Megan.
Today's the day, guys. Taking you live to our nation's capital here, where that decision is due out at 2 this afternoon, with comments from Chairman Jerome Powell expected shortly after. Early predictions showing one more quarter-point rate hike today. Not great news for those looking to make some big purchases right now, but there are many economists who believe that this could be the last for a while if inflation gets under control. We are keeping a close eye on markets today as well. After the Dow tumbled more than 360 points yesterday, falling just over 1%. Financial stocks leading those declines, with investors worried our bank troubles aren't over yet. Two banks seeing trading stop yesterday as their stocks plunged. Take a look. PacWest losing more than a quarter of its value yesterday, down 71% for the year. Western Alliance shedding 15%, down 48% for the year. Many banks, especially smaller regional banks, are going to be watching Powell's remarks very closely today for clues about the state of credit conditions after the failure of now 3 banks in just 2 months. We're also watching for another jobs report due out this morning. A lot happening today. Payroll processor ADP will be sharing how many private jobs were added in April. It's expected to come in around 133,000, and that would be another decline and a sign that hiring is slowing. We're going to keep you posted as this big economic news breaks today. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Coming up after the break, concerns surrounding the Back River continue. Why a new round of tests is underway.
Plus, the Maryland Cycling Classic is racing back to Baltimore. The role it could play in the transformation of Baltimore. 5:43, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .45, looking ahead this morning, the nation's top-ranked professional road cycling event is returning to Baltimore. The Maryland Cycling Classic will be happening once again this September across Baltimore City and Baltimore County. Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott and Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski unveiled the official jersey for this year's race. It will be held on September 3rd. For 4 days, race officials expect to welcome cyclists from all around the world to our region. The race kicks off in Sparks, and it ends at the Inner Harbor.
Rec and Parks, BPD, DOT, DPW, everybody plays a role in making sure that an event like this goes off without a hitch. And you hear me talk a lot about the renaissance that is happening in our city and how we're transforming Baltimore into a premier destination for world-class entertainment and sporting events. And it feels great to see the manifestation of our words and all of our hard work.
I'm so excited about the ways in which all of the partnerships that have come together to really promote and highlight what a gem we have between the start in Baltimore County all the way to the finish in downtown.
Belgium racer Sepp van Mark won the inaugural race last year.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you can win some extra spending money every day now until May 12th. Every weekday. Grab your phone, scan this QR code you see right there on the screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Get that question right, and you can win that $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR to get this Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Well, it's 5:47. We need to turn over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's going on.
I got to think about it. Yeah, next weekend, like Mom, got to start getting the cards out there and figuring out what to do for all of our moms. My mother-in-law here, you know, as well. Yeah. Watching in the morning
all
time.
The moms that work here at the station.
A lot of moms, yeah.
You got a lot of flowers to send out.
There are a lot. Yeah,
there are.
Exactly right. And more rain for those flowers.
Aww.
See the transition?
I saw it.
Okay,
I like
there
the
you
flowers.
Go. Now, look, this is what we showed you earlier, guys. You can see from our live cam over downtown Baltimore, a Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Yeah, just a little sliver of that orange underneath all of that gray sky. Unfortunately, going to keep those clouds around. Probably won't see much of the sun. It may try to just make a quick little cameo, hashtag word up, in just a little bit. 47 your temperature right now at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Really not much wind to speak of at this time as we are taking a look at some showers that are moving through from Green Valley over to Eldersburg and Dayton up into Cockeysville, northern and northwestern Baltimore County over toward Westminster in Carroll County. Just a couple of light showers is about all we're seeing right now. We're still picking up the few light snow showers in parts of western Maryland at this time. Not necessarily, still a winter storm warning in parts of West Virginia and the mountains there, but it's not really materializing in terms of dumping a whole bunch of snow. Just a few of those light snow showers there. The reason for all of this and all this unsettled weather, we've been talking about it here the last couple of days, and it's this pesky area of low pressure, that upper level low swinging around in that counterclockwise position. That's going to continue to bring in more of that cloud cover and more of a northwesterly flow for today, eventually starting the drying process tomorrow. But for today, our numbers don't do much. Mid to upper 50s is about all we're going to get to for our highs this afternoon. And you can see those numbers here well below the average of 72, 51 in Westminster, 54 in Bel Air, Eastern Shore, those mid 50s as well, even down through Annapolis. Now, here's some good news for you. Over the next 6 to 10 days, this is from the Climate Prediction Center, and the outlook here, look at all of that darker red right over Baltimore and the Mid-Atlantic. That is a very good chance that we're going to have above average temperatures as we head into the middle of the month. Here's a look at our future scan here as we get you quickly through the forecast. You can see a few of those showers possible later today. That low slides to the east eventually tomorrow. We'll still see that potential of a stray shower on Thursday, but Friday definitely seeing the warmer and drier conditions, more sunshine, and then those temperatures continue to warm up into the weekend. So after we get through today, I think we're really going to be turning the corner here, guys. We're talking about 64 tomorrow, upper 60s Friday, and low to mid 70s into both Saturday and Sunday. Should be a great weekend for Cinco de Mayo. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's get out there and take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham, who is cruising along 95 northbound right near the Falston area. And now we want to get a check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Wednesday, Mark.
Happy Wednesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 843 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC are on time for travel. Light rail link without delay, looking good in both directions of that service. And if Metro Subway Link is your ride, you'll find on-time service there in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Family of T-Mobile worker who was killed during an armed robbery is now demanding justice this morning. Still ahead, the Action City leaders are now promising. An accused mass murderer now in custody in Texas. How officials were able to track him down. 5:51, you're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. Well, happening now, we're taking you live to Washington, D.C. this morning.
That is where people gather to raise awareness for Americans wrongfully detained around the world.
You know, we're here not because we want to be, but we're here because we have no choice, because our loved ones are rotting away in foreign prisons for years and years and years.
Bring Our Families Home. It was hosted the visual bringing together family and friends of those being held, including several people who have been freed. And now they are thanking the media for sharing their stories and getting involved in helping bring home others. We're talking about hundreds. The wall is covered in a mural of faces and detainees. Last night, the daughter of one got to celebrate her dad's return.
This wall is a reminder that many more Americans are away and need to return to their families. And now that our father is back, we can rest a little bit because he's here, but we are even more encouraged because we know it's possible that others will come back. And so that's why I'm so moved.
Bring Our Families Home recognizes 54 innocent Americans being held hostage or wrongfully detained abroad. Several are not designated as such by the U.S. government. The group is calling on the White House to take immediate action.
Former FBI supervisory special agent has been arrested on charges related to January 6 U.S. Capitol breach 2021. Jared Wise was arrested this week in Oregon and has not yet entered a formal plea on the 4 federal charges against him. Now, investigators say Wise entered the Capitol, confronted officers, and engaged other rioters who attacked law enforcement. He allegedly shouted, "Kill him," multiple times to rioters who were attacking police in front of him. The Justice Department has charged more than 1,000 people in the attack on the Capitol, including several active or former members of law enforcement.
Oregon's Secretary of State is resigning over criticism surrounding a high-paying side gig, and she will leave office next Monday. There is now an investigation into Shemia Fagan's role as a consultant for a marijuana firm, while her office conducted an audit of the state's pot regulator. The job paid $10,000 a month with massive bonuses for securing out-of-state contracts. Fagan said her Secretary of State salary wasn't enough to get by. It is listed at $77,000. Democrat apologized on Monday.
Upon painful reflection, taking that contract was poor judgment. I made a mistake, and I own it, and I am sorry.
Oregon's governor requested an ethics review into Fagan's consulting contract with the marijuana company and a DOJ review of the audit. She also says her office will start the process of appointing a replacement.
This is about initial compensation and residuals, how we're paid for the content we create that earns these companies billions. All we're asking for is a reasonable cut of that so that our members can pay their rent, buy a house, raise a family, save for retirement. Pretty normal stuff.
The Writers Guild of America film and television writers are now on strike. They were picketing outside studios like Netflix Hollywood headquarters in California just yesterday. This comes after talks over pay and compensation with major studios reached a dead end. Now, taking you live to Hollywood this morning, where now some of your favorite shows and movies, well, they may be impacted because of this strike.
That's right. Late night talk shows are immediately feeling the impact. Shows like Jimmy Kimmel Live and The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon require new content written up for them every episode. Reruns of those shows will air until the strike ends. Long-term effects might be seen for shows that have new seasons airing in the fall. Until the strike is over, those shows can't continue production, and they might have to stall their fall season return or premiere.
Well, TikTok's head of U.S. Trust and Safety is stepping away from the company. Reports say Eric Hahn will leave TikTok May 12th. Hahn was with the company for several years and began heading the U.S. Trust and Safety Division as part of the company's push to avoid a ban from U.S. lawmakers. Social media platform says Hahn's role focused on compliance and moderation of U.S. users' data.
U.S. job openings fell in March to the lowest level in nearly 2 years. According to the Labor Department, employers posted 9.6 million vacancies that month. That's down from 10 million in February. Layoffs also rose to 1.8 million. That's the highest since 2020, all signaling the job market is strong but losing momentum. This as the Federal Reserve is set to roll out another rate hike later this week in hopes of stamping out inflation.
Baltimore City Schools is responding to the taxicab controversy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what they're saying, plus a taxpayer watchdog weighs in.
Of their son. Why concerns are growing about the Safe Streets program because of a 3-year-old case.
Still a cool and cloudy start and still a few showers we've got to get through, but we've got warmer numbers on the way. We'll break it down for you on this Wednesday right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we need to find out just how much rain again today. I'm starting to speak like with a British accent because of all this rain. I feel like I'm in London.
Cheerio, mate.
Cheerio.
Yeah. Well, and it kind of feels like London, right? Because we have the cloud cover and it's kind of misty and it's not like raining like it was on Friday. So that's going to be the thing today. Another few showers kind of hanging around. I know, not
Start
a lot
switching from coffee to tea.
What's that?
Start switching from coffee to tea.
From coffee to exactly right. Well, we get our tea and biscuits on this morning. Why not? Come on. Let's take a look outside right now. We do have that cloud cover that's there. Little thin stripe of that morning glow underneath those clouds, but probably won't see much of the sun. It's coming up here in just a few minutes. We're still dealing with just a few light showers here for northern Baltimore County over to southeastern Carroll County through Eldersburg, moving down toward Columbia. Probably going to move through Baltimore City within the next, I'd say, 30 to 40 minutes or so. As we look out to the west, we're seeing a few of those light snow showers here this morning, continuing the winter storm warnings for the mountains of West Virginia and even winter weather advisories as well. A few afternoon showers today, but we do have a warmer weekend ahead. So overall, your morning drive, really not too much to get in your way. Again, a couple of sprinkles here and there, temperature staying in the 40s for the next few hours. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Currently, no major incidents or delays to report around the Baltimore region. Some good news there. But taking a look at your drive time to get just from the top of the JFX all the way down to the bottom, it would take you about 8 minutes to travel to President Street from the outer and inner loop.
A kind-hearted person, 23-year-old brother, son, friend, co-worker.
A family just torn apart after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed over the weekend.
Now, this all happened during an armed robbery right inside a Canton cell phone store. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning right outside of the store with more on their loved one. Shannon.
Well, his family, Tom, tells us that Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was a peaceful man. He had no violence in his heart. He was just doing his job when he was gunned down right here inside this T-Mobile on Sunday. This is right in Canton. And the family is now making plans for his funeral, and they tell us they are broken.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do.
Just heartbreaking. And this is 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez right here on your screen. Police say the shooting happened after two men entered the business. They announced a robbery. Then one of them shot Fabian. Then both suspects ran away. They are still on the loose this morning. The deadly incident all happening in City Councilman Zeke Cohen's district, who has now met with the family.
This was a heartless, cold-blooded murder. For me, I am committing to doing everything within my power to both hold the police department accountable, to bring the perpetrators to justice.
And the family, of course, now calling for justice as well. Remember, if you have any information, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 6:03, and turning now to the crisis in the classroom as Baltimore City schools, their officials responding to the taxi cab controversy uncovered by a recent Inspector General report.
That report claims that a local cab company that was paid to take students to and from school may have driven off with more than $500,000. Olivia Dance joins us live with the latest. Olivia.
Well, Patrice, the Inspector General's report is recommending that the school system request a refund from the cab company, but it's unclear if they've done that yet. Now, according to the report, this taxi company right here called Z-Trip, or formerly known as Yellow Cab, potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The IG report claims from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the students had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed that they had been taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. In response to the findings, Baltimore City Schools sent a statement that says the discrepancies were, quote, primarily concentrated in the earlier years of the review period and have been mitigated by City Schools' efforts to increase oversight, end quote. Now, these taxis are another way for Baltimore City students to get to school. They're assigned for children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, or for those living in an area with a lack of bus routes. Taxpayer watchdog David David Williams argues the Baltimore City school system has a lack of leadership and that it shouldn't have taken a state investigation to uncover 3 years worth of wasted funding.
We have seen this in the Baltimore City school system time and time again, whether it's students not graduating, whether it's ghost students, and now we have these bogus cab rides.
And Fox 45 News reached out to city schools asking how they let this go on for so long. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. And we also reached out to Z-Trip about the accusations, but again, no response. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. A new Goucher poll reveals what Marylanders feel the most important things are for the governor to address.
And a 4-day manhunt in Texas for a mass murder suspect finally comes to an end. Straight ahead from our live center, what police say he was hiding underneath and the charges he's now facing.
Another morning with 30s, 40s, and 50s across the state. We'll be tracking when we'll finally see some warmer temperatures. All coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Welcome back. Time right now is 6:09. Your weather authority forecast. Let's take you outside. The sun is up, I swear. You can actually see a little bit of that morning glow and just underneath that cloud cover out toward the eastern shore. As we head into the next couple of days, we will see more sunshine. Don't you worry. But you'll still need a jacket today and possibly an umbrella just in case you run into some of those showers on the way later this afternoon. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. Temps staying mainly in the 40s, so definitely cool as you get your sweat on here. Exercise going for your Wednesday, your Wear Orange Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Well, right now, a Texas community is breathing a sigh of relief. A mass murder suspect is now behind bars.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with the dramatic manhunt. Megan.
Yeah, this was a 4-day manhunt, guys, in Texas. Finally over this morning for the man that you see right here behind me. We are getting word Francisco Oropesa was captured without incident yesterday afternoon in the town of Cut and Shoot, Texas, about 16 miles west from where the shooting took place last Friday. Officials say they were alerted to his location by a tip from a caller.
Bottom line is, we now have this man in custody. He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured, and he is currently being taken to my facility in Cold Springs.
He is accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style murder after neighbors complained about him using his rifle in his yard. Right now, he's being held on $5 million bond, $1 million for each of the victims. We are told Oropesa is a Mexican national who immigration officials say had been deported at least 4 times since 2009. Just moments before his capture, the U.S. Marshals announcing that it would add an additional $20,000 to the reward, bringing the total to $100,000, which that caller will now receive. The focus now, though, turning to the 5 victims. You can see a makeshift memorial right there continuing to grow outside the home where the shooting took place. The youngest victim, just 9 years old. And now the search for justice begins for them. We're going to keep you posted as Oropesa heads to court facing 5 counts of first-degree murder. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you, Tom.
Thank you, Megan. This morning, an officer and others are recovering after a near-death traffic stop. The shocking incident that was all caught on camera. That's coming up after the break.
In California, a series of stabbings break out. The similarities that are making officials question if the crimes are related. 6:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.614 and making your headlines this Wednesday morning. University of California, Davis is on edge after a series of stabbings. Now, 3 people have been stabbed in less than a week right near the university just west of Sacramento. 2 of them have died, the 3rd victim fighting for her life. Police have not determined if the stabbings are related, but they say there are some similarities.
The attacks with knives were particularly brutal and violent. These were not stabbings where a person would normally be a victim of like a robbery or something like that, where there's just a couple of wounds. There were many and very significant knife wounds.
Now, the victim of the third stabbing and a witness of another one of those stabbings have provided a suspect's description, and they were very similar. Police have changed staffing so more officers are working patrols until a suspect is caught.
In Oklahoma, we are learning more about a gruesome discovery of 7 bodies during a search for 2 missing teens from a woman who's close to the victims. She says her daughter and her 3 grandchildren were among the victims. They were found on a rural property listed as the home of convicted rapist Jesse McFadden, her daughter's husband. Police have not publicly identified the victims or how they died yet, but the woman says she was told they were all shot to death. The family says they didn't know about McFadden's criminal history until just a couple of months ago.
In Memphis, someone fires a shot at a TV station. Luckily, no one was hit. The bullet ended up falling outside the front door of the building's lobby yesterday. Police called in the SWAT team to attempt to take a suspect into custody at a nearby restaurant. The TV station is near the University of Memphis campus. Students and faculty were told to shelter in place. A police officer in Virginia narrowly avoids getting hit by a reckless driver. Look at this video.
Intense dash cam video shows the black BMW careening across the highway. Look at that. You see it coming right across the highway. Oh, my goodness. Barely missing that officer there. That car was going 120 miles an hour.
Now the car skirts across the median, rams into the officer's patrol car after hitting that other car and then narrowly pinching that officer in between the guardrail and the actual vehicle they stopped. The 17-year-old who was driving the car that went across the highway is now charged with reckless driving. 2 teen passengers were also in that vehicle at the same time of the crash. No major injuries were reported. But look at the guardrail. That's where the officer was standing, right on the other side of that car. Amazing
that no injuries were reported in any of the 2 cars or that officer. That just, my goodness. All right, well, we've got meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now with a look at what's happening today.
Yeah, well, we still have to deal with some cloud cover, guys. Probably a few showers still left over. It's kind of more of the same here, at least for one more day as we head into Thursday and Friday. Excuse me, we're going to see some improving conditions. We'll get that sun to break back out, and we'll see some warmer temperatures as well. The sun is now up, but shrouded in this cloud cover, and that's how we're going to be through most of the day today. Also tracking a few showers here and there. 47 your temperature right now at BWI. So yeah, grab a jacket as you head out this morning. Here's a look at our HD radar. Just a couple of light showers from Eldersburg over toward Cockeysville to the north and west of Columbia right now. This is going to be moving right down the I-70 corridor toward Howard County and the outer loop of the Beltway. Mainly just some sprinkles is about all we're seeing here being picked up on the radar. Still getting some snow showers and accumulating snow at that in the mountains of West Virginia and even in parts of Garrett County where we still have that winter weather advisory. So all of this because of that large area of low pressure. We talked about this earlier this week. This is called a cutoff low. So basically it's cut off from the main jet stream and it's just been sitting over the Great Lakes. But it's finally moving a little bit and it's going to continue to track to the south and to the east over the next few hours. And as we head into the weekend, that means good news in terms of our temperatures and the return of the sunshine. So mid to upper 50s as you get out and about next couple of hours. Notice our average high this time of year in the lower 70s. Nowhere near those numbers today as we stay in the low to mid 50s for Westminster, Cockeysville, and Bel Air, even out toward Elkton. Eastern Shore, you'll see those mid 50s across the bay into Annapolis at 56. Good news is 6 to 10 days away, the Climate Prediction Center showing us a very good chance of above average temperatures. That orange and that red right there is indicating the high chance for the above average numbers coming in. So here's our future scan. This is 2 o'clock this afternoon. Notice there's not a lot of green here. That area of low pressure sliding off toward the east, but still that northwesterly flow left over. Tomorrow, a little bit warmer. Still the chance of a pop-up shower as we head into Thursday afternoon. Seems like we just can't catch a break. But you'll notice a difference tomorrow because it will be warmer. And then this ridge of high pressure, this comes in to save the day. This nice ridge here as we head into the weekend. It's called subsidence inversion. So basically, it's that sinking air that helps kind of squash all that moisture out and bring us the warmer conditions as well. 2 days out until Cinco de Mayo. It's coming up this Friday. We're just 11 days out from Mother's Day, 26 days from Memorial Day. And y'all, if you want summer, 7 weeks from today is the summer solstice, just 49 days out for the longest day of the year. 64 tomorrow, upper 60s Friday, and then low to mid 70s into both Saturday and Sunday. And next week, we're talking upper 70s, even some lower 80s creeping into the forecast, Tom.
Thank you, Justin. And to your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, taking a live look over Lock Raven Boulevard. As you see the outer and inner loop, volume slightly starting to pick up. Vehicles are moving along without any issues in that area. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham, cruising along 695 in Pikesville, heading towards Milford Mill. So, yeah, looks good there, too. And maybe, I'm not sure if that's, yeah, the windshield wipers are going over there. So a little bit of a sprinkle. Now we want to check in with Mark Jones. He's got our mass transit with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 and Canton 845 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, you'll find about a 10 to 15-minute delay in your travels. Allowed time for travel there. Metro Subway Link right on time in both directions of that service. All Metro Subway Link stations will close for a necessary weekend upgrade starting this Friday, May 5th at 6 p.m. through Sunday, May 7th, with a return to service on Monday, May 8th at 5 a.m. A shuttle bus bridge will be in place throughout the period. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Now to a traffic alert. You should expect delays if you are traveling the Bay Bridge this week. One lane of the eastbound span will be closed from 9 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. today and from 9 until noon tomorrow for preservation and maintenance work. One lane of the westbound span will also be closed for at least 6 hours each night through Saturday.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
Well, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you can win extra spending money every weekday from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan this QR code you see right there on your screen for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Just again, scan that QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Spring showers are here, which means it's time to get the lawnmowers ready. After the break, Consumer Reports tests and reveals which mowers deliver an even carpet-like cut.
One man is now dead following that armed robbery and shooting in Canton. Still to come this morning, we're hearing why this hits close to home for a Highlandtown store owner. 6:22 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
With all of this rain, your lawn is probably growing quickly. So is your mower ready for it? I know you had some issues.
Yeah, and I've already cut my grass 4 times now this season. So get out there. But Consumer Reports expert testers share their mower recommendations and reviews.
It's not your typical vacation photo dump, but every year, Consumer Reports lawnmower experts escape the cold Northeast winters for sunny Florida.
We go down to Florida in February while some people are still digging themselves out from snow so that we can test mowers before people are thinking about what they need.
Every mower goes through a series of tests, from how evenly the grass is trimmed to how easy the mowers are to operate. Testers use the mowers in all the cutting modes to see how well they work and to make sure you're getting what you pay for, whether it's a traditional gas-powered mower or newer battery-powered technology that keeps getting better and cheaper.
We're seeing more and more battery-powered mowers coming on the market that are at the lower price point, but manage to compete in terms of performance with the better ones.
This Greenworks self-propelled battery mower earns top scores for evenness, mulching, and handling. A final tip, Consumer Reports says that unless you need to bag your clippings, mulching is actually better for your lawn because the clippings deliver nutrients. Well, for larger lawns, more than half an acre, a riding mower may be a better option. However, if your lawn is too big for a walk behind, but not quite large enough for a tractor, CR's experts say a mower with an extra wide cutting deck can also help trim your grass and the time that you have to spend cutting it.
We have another cool morning and not much warmer temperatures expected today.
Still to come. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking the next weather maker and then will let us know when we'll finally see some warmer May temperatures.
A murder victim's father outraged at the Safe Streets program. Coming up after the break, the question his son's case is raising about that organization. 6:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. That's right. May 3rd, and I think today we don't have snow falling in any parts of the state. Nope. Like we did yesterday.
I'm not going to say that word.
Incorrect, Tom. I've been showing you snow this morning.
But I've not seen it on the camera. So until I see it,
okay.
You know, yesterday we saw it.
Pictures or it didn't happen, right? Is that what people say? Looking outside right now.
News.
Just a few light showers are being picked up here in Western Maryland right now. Yeah, zoomed in right there. Got to find Myers boat somewhere down there on the water. Our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. Good morning to you, boaters and watermen. Yeah, it'll be a better couple of days as we head toward the weekend. Few light rain showers right about into Columbia right now, even over toward Eldersburg. This is moving right down the I-70 corridor. Cloudy and cool morning. We are tracking the potential for a few more afternoon rain showers here at home later today, and then a warmer weekend ahead. But overall, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Again, you may run into a sprinkle or two. Temperatures in the 40s over the next couple of hours.
All right, you proved me wrong.
Did I prove you wrong?
I gotta show this. Can we take this?
There's the Deep Creek shot. Tom's like, oh, there's no snow in Maryland. I know. We're trying to get there, Tom.
Snowing.
I promise. 58 today, mid-60s tomorrow, almost 70 on Friday. So, yeah, that snow is not going to be an issue as we head toward the weekend. All right, back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Patrice? Yeah, I know. Looking, yeah.
I'm just glad it's not here. Looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, no incidents or delays. You're looking at 895, 95 volume starting to pick up, but everybody moving along.
After the murder of my father, I met somebody who I'm deeply connected to, who had a relationship with Safe Streets. And even from their experience, I can say that I don't know how safe it is.
We're talking about the case of a man who was killed more than 3 years ago and is raising more questions about how the Safe Streets program actually operates.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost spoke with the family, searching for answers. She has a closer look at new questions about the Safe Streets program.
Demond Scroggins.
He was a challenging little young man at first.
Was a man with a past.
Did some time in prison.
Some gun and drug charges stacked up on his record, but his father, Charles Goods, and daughter Paige Scroggins.
My father was the best.
Say Demond was a man looking to turn his life around.
He had shared with me probably about a couple weeks before he was murdered that he was looking to be hired by Safe Street.
Mm-hmm.
Did he say why he wanted to get involved?
Well, he was looking for employment.
On September 9th, 2019, Scroggins was shot and killed inside a home on East Lafayette Avenue, while his girlfriend, who was a Safe Streets employee, was upstairs.
Demond had called her and said that he had just finished fighting her co-worker and he was on his way home. So he rode home on a bike.
According to court records, Ronald Brady Jr. was charged with Demond's murder, going to trial once in 2022, ending in a hung jury. Brady went to trial again this year, where he was found not guilty in March. Fox 45 News obtaining records showing Brady was hired by the Baltimore Community Mediation Center to serve as the site director of the Woodbourne-McCabe Safe Streets location on June 25th, 2019. Just over a week after Scroggins was killed, Brady was fired. We've been investigating the organization for years. We still don't have that information. Fox 45 News has been trying to get more information about who the Safe Streets workers are. The city of Baltimore redacting the names of all of the employees. The city shielding that information along with other details about the operations of the program. After threatening to sue, Baltimore City finally handing over contracts with the nonprofits operating the Safe Streets sites. The hundreds of pages include the Woodbourne-McCabe site contract, requiring the nonprofit to pay for criminal background checks of all employees, contractors, and volunteers. And with Brady's record, including second-degree murder, assault, drug and gun convictions, the contract prompted us to send Monzi a few questions, including, what is the city's screening process or policies when it comes to hiring Safe Streets employees? Is there a threshold of violence or certain crimes that prohibit people from being hired? Monzi responding, saying the agency provides some oversight to the groups who then run the Safe Streets sites. Jackson's office also often not answering some questions about how Safe Streets workers spend their days on the clock. Combing through the court records of Brady's murder trial, Fox 45 News finding evidence the Safe Streets workers were not meeting at their locations. Scroggins' girlfriend, who worked at the Woodbourne-McCain site too, was interviewed by police in January of 2020. According to the transcript, she says the Safe Streets employees would meet at places like Applebee's or McDonald's, and she was told how to clock in on my phone without actually having to go to work. Not being at the location lines up with months of investigating. Going to Safe Streets sites, only to be met with mostly silence. The city maintains Safe Streets is effective, pointing to this Johns Hopkins report outlining some measures of success. But for this family, has your view of the Safe Streets program changed throughout this?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
There are people with ill will involved. There are people who are operating under the disguise that they are trying to reform in some way. And I'm so sorry to the people who are involved with good intentions, because you're involved with a program that has no intention on doing what it says that it's trying to do.
The program designed to turn the streets of Baltimore into a safe space is forever tainted to them. And they say the program needs a lot of work before success can be seen.
They need to screen these guys. They need to screen them for their contacts, what type of contacts they have now. You know, are they still dealing with the same people that they were dealing with before?
Scrap it and start it over with a new layout. It takes more than a Band-Aid to really address an issue.
Scrapping the program isn't likely. Last month, Mayor Brandon Scott and Director Jackson both announced an additional $5 million investment will be going to the Safe Streets program. In the newsroom, Mackenzie Frost, Fox 45 News.
A spokesperson from Monzi also issued a statement telling Fox 45 News in part, our frontline workers have a deep enough love for the people of Baltimore that they risk their lives to mediate conflicts and promote peace. This work will not stop, and Monzi, in partnership with our site administrators, will continue to ensure every Safe Street site has strong buy-in, understanding, and integrity in and around the communities they serve.
Stay right here with Fox 45 Morning News. We'll be speaking live with Mackenzie Frost in our 7 and 8 o'clock hours about her most recent investigation into Safe Streets.
This morning, a family is grieving over the loss of their son after he was shot on the job at a T-Mobile store. This morning, we're hearing from local business owners on what needs to be done moving forward.
Well, Baltimore City Schools yet again feeling the impact of another potential scandal. In our next half hour, where more than $500,000 went if it didn't go to student transportation.
A cool morning leads into a cool, cloudy, breezy day.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how the next weather maker is on its way and how it could impact you and your possible weekend plans. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Crews continue clearing snow-blocked mountain roads in central California. This work from the weekend in Mono County, east of Yosemite National Park. And yes, it's some of what fell during their record-breaking winter. And this Baltimore Oriole was spotted in South Bend, Indiana. Some of these charming birds become avian Hoosiers during breeding season from May through August.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody. 6:41 is your time right now as we look out over the Inner Harbor. Not too bad. We do have a little bit of that morning glow underneath the clouds out there. Some orange that we're seeing out there right now. So overall, a cool morning leading to a breezy afternoon. Still keeping the cloud cover around. We'll see those temperatures in the low to mid 40s, upper 40s here right now. That's what we're seeing in Baltimore City, and 50 your temperature currently in Annapolis. So as you grab a cup of joe, enjoy some breakfast and coffee with us. Next few hours, numbers will stay mainly in the 40s with those clouds sticking around. We are tracking a few more showers later today, and we'll break that down for you in my hour-by-hour future scan coming up.
New episodes of your favorite shows could be on hold until unionized screenwriters feel heard.
Still to come, what those workers in Hollywood are demanding and what their day one strike entailed.
And the O's are upping their record with yet another series opener win. Still to come, the Orioles' very impressive start to the season. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Sunday's brazen armed robbery resulting in the death of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez-Gonzalez now hitting close to home for one Highlandtown store owner. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Canton with her scary experience. Shannon.
Yeah, Tom, what Jody Rossoff experienced was not too dissimilar from what we saw happening here in Canton over the weekend. Fortunately, though, for Rossoff, she survived after she was held at gunpoint in her Highlandtown shop during an armed robbery. This all happened back in March, and it happened at the Doc's smoke shop. And her fight for her life was all caught on surveillance video. Now, police later arrested Jerome Owens, who has a lengthy criminal history. Stay with us because in just about an hour, you're going to hear from Rossoff and her demands for change. But first, coming up in just about 15 minutes, we're going to hear from the family of the employee who was killed over the weekend here in Canton. Now back to you.
All right, Shannon, thank you. A new Gallup poll reveals reducing crime and improving education are the most important things that Marylanders are hoping Governor Wes Moore will address. Olivia Dance is joining us now live with how the governor is responding to the concerns and what is on his agenda.
Well, Patrice, Governor Moore is signing several bills today, but none of them focus on Marylanders' top concern, which is crime. In fact, out of the 800 residents surveyed in that Goucher poll, 83% of them said that reducing crime is very important. And when the governor was asked where he fell short in the past 100 days, he admitted it was in addressing crime and public safety. As far as today, the governor will be very busy signing several bills that address a variety of other concerns beyond crime. Coming up in our next hour, I will take a closer look at those bills that are on his agenda today. Back to you.
All right, it's 6:46 now, and we need to get another check of the forecast. See if you're going to want to be outside at all today.
It's not that you can't be outside. Just like yesterday, it was cloudy, it was cool. Yeah. Excuse me, a couple of sprinkles here and there. I mean, we threw some stuff on the grill yesterday afternoon. Oh. So, yeah. And you can...
Hoodies, though. I mean, there was jackets.
Definitely jackets, Tom. There's no doubt about that. And I don't know about you. I mean, I know I think I'm a weenie just because, like, I get out there and I'm like the cold with the moisture, and I'm just like, man, this is just Anyway, here's a look right now at our HD radar. We are seeing just a few light showers for you. Columbia down through Laurel, up into the eastern part of the western part of the Beltway there on 695 up toward Towson as well. So just a light shower action is moving right through, and there's some of the snow showers in western Maryland that we're seeing at this time. We still have winter storm warnings for the mountains of West Virginia and even a winter weather advisory for Garrett County, all because of this large upper level low that's been cut off from the main jet stream, so it hasn't been able to kind of move on. But finally, it will start to move today, and especially by tomorrow and Friday, we'll have some improving conditions. This is 11 o'clock here this morning on your future scan. A few showers for the eastern shore. Notice we keep the clouds around. A couple of spotty showers here into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, and more of a northwesterly flow with that wind here later this afternoon. So still breezy and cool. Eventually those clouds roll out of here and will be a little bit better by the time we head toward tomorrow. As the kids get out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, get ready to go. We're talking about 46 next hour, mid-50s into the noon hour, and we'll see those upper 50s for about 2, 3 o'clock this afternoon. Overall, another cloudy and cool day. And golfers hitting the links today. Yeah, not the best day outside, but at least we're not as rainy as we were last week. We're talking 40s and 50s, taking you out through your forecast. All right, low to mid 50s across central Maryland today, 58 in Baltimore City, 56 in Annapolis. The good news is we're trending upwards. So as we head toward Friday, we're closer to the average number. By Sunday and Monday, we're in the above average category. We're talking upper 70s and even lower 80s for early next week. So here goes that low. Move it out of here by the time we head into tomorrow. Still some leftover cloud cover, maybe a stray shower or two tomorrow afternoon, but definitely a little bit warmer, and then more sunshine on Friday. Then we get this nice ridge of high pressure. That's going to help to kind of dry things out. Even though we'll keep some clouds around Friday and into Saturday, overall, definitely the drier conditions will prevail and the warmer numbers coming in as well. 7 weeks from today is the summer solstice. How about that? We're just 11 days out from Mother's Day, and Dad celebrated in 46 days from right now. And a quick shout out to Jen in Pasadena. Memphis Blue, dressed up and ready for the ball. I love that shot of that doggy right there. So thanks, Jen. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, here's that 7-day forecast, guys. As I mentioned, upper 50s today with mid-60s tomorrow. Definitely drier for the weekend. We're looking at low to mid-70s. Should be very nice to be outside for this first weekend of May.
Yeah, this weekend, right now, though, still snowing in Western Maryland. Well, the Orioles are now 1 full month into the season. They have won their first game of all 9 series openers. Last night's win in Kansas City, though, did not start out easy for the O's. After a game-long fight against the Royals, Baltimore did come out on top with the final score 11-7. Tonight, the O's will be taking on Kansas City again. First pitch, 7:40. In all, the Orioles are having a very successful start to the season with their overall record 20-9. Unbelievable.
Yeah, Tyler Wells got beat up a little bit, but he got the win yesterday. He's still one of the best pitchers out there.
Yep.
And we've got the second best record in baseball, in all of baseball.
And did you hear the Royals manager after the game yesterday, post-game, said they have a lot of ways to beat you. Speaking to the offense, Mountcastle, Rutschman, McCann. I mean, how deep the offense goes is crazy.
How about Cedric Mullins snagging that and in the center field? He just went for it. You didn't think he was going to catch it. He caught it.
And there's, on the defensive side, too. But we named 5 players, and there was a show of, way more than that who stood out yesterday. It's crazy.
It seems like a different name steps up in each game.
Analysts. It's like McCann. You never hear McCann.
It's like watching tennis, right? Teresa and I are just going back and forth between.
I feel, yeah. It's exciting. We got our orange on.
Everybody, yeah. All right, well, go O's. Keep doing what you're doing. Well, spring is here, which means it is the perfect time to start your summer vacation countdown. Coming up in our 7 o'clock hour, what to look out for when getting ready to sign some of those vacation timeshare contracts.
In the 9 o'clock hour, 2 Maryland locals spin for their chance to win Wheel of Fortune. The contestants experience at how many phrases they guess correctly. All right, well, Justin and Megan obviously had their 2 cups.
I know, we should catch up. It's time for a coffee break.
Well, now to your assignment, America. Late night TV will air reruns through the Writers Guild of America's writers' strike. That includes The Tonight Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, and The Daily Show, plus others.
Unionized screenwriters are seeking a new deal in an era of change. They want higher minimum pay, better staffing, and reworked residual pay that they say has been stripped by streaming services.
Shows that you are anticipating a season coming up with in the next few months could be delayed as much as a year, if not more, depending on how the strike plays out.
Association bargaining on behalf of the studios and production company says it has presented an offer with generous increases and other improvements. It's not clear how long the strike will last. Some say this could go on for months. Hundreds of RVs are being pulled off the streets of Seattle right now. This is due to the ongoing effort to help get homeless people out of their vehicles and into housing.
However, even when that happens, the RVs are still causing major safety concerns. Jeremy Harris with our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains.
This drone video shows the end of the road for hundreds of RVs stacked in a North Seattle tow yard.
It's the ugly underbelly of the homeless crisis. That's what it is.
Chuck Labertu is in charge here.
Bacteria, rodents, black water, all of it. Who wants to live like that?
Seattle City contracts with Chuck to haul away RVs after they're abandoned or residents are moved into housing from encampments.
They're garbage. They're unsafe. Last week we had one that had 3 guys sleeping in it.
The city estimates there are at least 320 RV encampments in Seattle. Until recently, 14 of those were here in the South Park neighborhood.
So are people living in the RVs?
This is where Governor Jay Inslee said encampments like this are a scourge on the state.
It is inexcusable to accept Washington with homelessness of this dimension.
RV camps have caused major issues in Seattle, including driving business owners like Thea Sand out of the city. We showed you when she closed her 114-year-old rug cleaning business due to issues with nearby RV encampments. Someone in an RV dumped their raw sewage into her loading bay. She said that was the last straw.
And we're just tired. We're tired of fighting with it.
Chuck says his lot is over capacity with more than 200 junk RVs right now, and he's been told to expect more over the next 3 weeks.
These things are filled with needles. The single biggest fear I have is my guys getting stabbed.
The red tape to get rid of RVs can mean months of delays. Some don't have VIN numbers on them, and Chuck has to try to find and contact owners before hauling them to a wrecking yard. So for now, they sit here.
Well, I don't begrudge the city getting the crap out of there. What I'd like is a faster process.
In the meantime, Chuck says thieves are breaking into his yard to get into the RVs and look for drugs.
Now they come back and just smash windows.
Just to make it more difficult for you.
Oh, yeah.
Is this stuff that's been pulled out and rifled through?
Yes.
Or? Chuck says he knew what he was getting into when he signed up to help the city deal with RVs.
This is stretching me. It's depressing.
But the scale of the problem is something he says is hard to keep up with.
We have a mayor that campaigned on clearing the streets, getting this garbage out of the neighborhoods, getting it off, out of Seattle. So here it is.
A spokesperson for Seattle City tells me today that 50 of those RVs that have been towed were taken by the city's parking enforcement division. They also told me that RVs are only towed after the residents have had homeless outreach and multiple warnings have been ignored. Reporting in Seattle, I'm Jeremy Harris.
Breaks a heart to know that we lost my brother.
The family of the employee murdered at this Canton T-Mobile speaking out just ahead their calls for justice.
Baltimore City Schools is responding to the taxi cab controversy. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what they're saying, plus a taxpayer watchdog weighs in.
Well, if you're over all of the cloud cover and the rain, I got good news for you. We're almost done with it. We'll take a look at what we can expect with our forecast right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. We've got our orange on. We want to see some orange in the sky.
I know. Got to wait another day.
Okay.
But we're close. We're close. I know it feels more like March, doesn't it? We're talking about snow in the mountains and rain here at home. Just a couple of light showers that moved through here as we look out over Camden Yards. The O's back at home coming up on Monday, a 10-game homestand, and the Rays are coming to town. They are right above us in the AL East, so we'll see how that plays out as we take a look at your temperatures, mainly in the mid to upper 40s. A lot of green on the map right now, so definitely grab a jacket as you head out over the next couple of hours. Mr. Bo says we're good to go. You may encounter a sprinkle or two here this morning on your drive, but overall mid to upper 40s. Still have to get through a few showers as we head toward the afternoon, and you can see in your 3T cast, we're only going to stay in the 50s today. We drop to the lower 40s tonight, but then we're back to the mid 60s tomorrow. So we'll start the drying out process and changing up our weather pattern as we head closer to the weekend. Another look at this coming up in full detail in just a few minutes. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. And now to your Lens Solar Traffic Network. We are seeing, as you see in the camera there on your right, it's zoomed way out, so you can barely make it. It's fuzzy there. Two reports of two vehicles, 95 south, just past Creswell Road. This is an Abingdon area, and the traffic is backed up for miles here. In fact, you'll start seeing the backups right when you come up on to Maryland 543. So that's causing some delays for your morning commute. And that's the only issue right now on all major roads around the Baltimore region. Now to a city in crisis. Fox 45 News is hearing from two families mourning their loved ones who were killed.
One of them is searching for answers after a murder more than 3 years ago. That case raising questions about the Safe Streets program.
The other is the family of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. He was shot during an armed robbery inside a cell phone store in Canton over the weekend.
I want justice for my brother. That we want Brandon Scott to fulfill, to protect this city, run this city from crime. He wanted peace. He was a peace man, so I know he wanted peace. No violence on his heart at all.
We have live team coverage this morning.
In just a few minutes, Mackenzie Frost will be joining us live. She spoke with the family searching for answers and has a closer look at new questions about the Safe Streets program.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She joins us live this morning outside the T-Mobile store with more from the family of that employee who was killed during the armed robbery. Shannon.
Well, as you just heard there, Patrice, the family of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez says he was a peaceful man with no violence in his heart, just doing his job right here at this T-Mobile in Canton Sunday when he was shot. The family now making plans for his funeral, and they tell us they're broken.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do.
Just devastating. And this is 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez right here on your screen. Police say the shooting happened after two men entered this business, announced a robbery, then one of them shot Fabian. Then both suspects ran away, and they are still on the loose this morning. The deadly incident all happening in City Councilman Z. Cohen's district, who has now met with the family.
This was a heartless, cold-blooded murder. For me, I am committing to doing everything within my power to both hold the police department accountable, to bring the perpetrators to justice.
The family, of course, now also calling for justice. And remember, if you do know anything, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. When it comes to the Safe Streets program, the case of a man killed more than 3 years ago, raising more questions about how this violence-interrupting program operates.
After the murder of my father, I met somebody who I'm deeply connected to, who had a relationship with Safe Streets. And even from their experience, I can say that I don't know how safe it is.
It is an investigation you'll only see on Fox 45 News.
Mackenzie Frost joining us live this morning. Mackenzie, we saw in the video you obviously are sitting in the living room with that family. What can you tell us about this case and then how it involves Safe Streets?
Yeah, it's an interesting case, Tom and Patrice. So Damon Scroggins was killed in 2019, and we spoke with Damon's father and his daughter there in the living room, and as you just saw, and they tell me that he was trying to get his life together, looking to turn his life around. He had been in and out of prison for various drug and gun-related charges, but he was looking to get a job with the Safe Streets program. We understand that his girlfriend at the time was a Safe Streets worker in 2019 when this whole thing happened. And on the day that he was killed, Damon Scroggins' family tells us that he was on the phone with his girlfriend saying that he had just gotten into a fight with one of her coworkers. By the time he got to her house, he got upstairs and was then shot and killed. Now, the Baltimore Police Department eventually arrested and charged a man named Ronald Brady Jr. with Damon Scroggins' death. He was taken to trial. He had a trial in 2022. It ended in a hung jury. Then he went to trial again in 2023. And in March of this year, he was found not guilty for that murder. Now, Damon Scroggins' father and his daughter both tell me that after this whole thing played out, they now view the Safe Streets program very differently. Did your view of the Safe Streets program change throughout this?
Absolutely.
Oh, yes. Yes. My belief is that our city government is financing a criminal enterprise. I believe that within my heart. Our city government is so invested in it that it's turning a blind eye to what it really is.
There are people with ill will involved. There are people who are operating under the disguise that they are trying to reform in some way. And I'm so sorry to the people who are involved with good intentions, because you're involved with a program that has no intention on doing what it says that it's trying to do.
Now, throughout our investigation and talking with this family about this case, we also uncovered more information about the inner workings of the Safe Streets program. And as you know, we've been investigating this program for nearly 2 years now. So we'll have more details about the operations of the day-to-day of some of these workers, as well as more information about who hired Ronald Brady Jr. to work at the Safe Streets program in the first place, coming up in our next hour. Patrice and Tom.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you.
7:07 and turning now to the crisis in the classroom as Baltimore City school officials are responding to the taxi cab controversy uncovered by a recent Inspector General report.
That report claims that a local cab company that was paid to take students to and from school may have driven off with more than $500,000.
Olivia Dance is joining us live now with the latest on this story. Olivia?
Well, Tom and Patrice, the Inspector General's report is recommending that the school system request a refund from the cab company, but it's unclear if they've done that yet. And according to the report, this taxi company right here called Z-Trip, or formerly known as Yellow Cab, potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The IG report claims from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the student had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed that they had been taken there, in total racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. Now, in response to the findings, Baltimore City Schools sent a statement that says the discrepancies were, quote, primarily concentrated in the earlier years of the review period and have been mitigated by City Schools' efforts to increase oversight, end quote. Now, these taxis are another way for Baltimore City students to get to school. They are assigned for children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, or for those living in an area with a lack of bus routes. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams argues that the Baltimore City school system has a lack of leadership and that it shouldn't have taken a state investigation to uncover 3 years worth of wasted funding.
We have seen this in the Baltimore City school system time and time again, whether it's students not graduating, whether it's ghost students, and now we have these bogus cab rides.
And Fox 45 News reached out to city schools asking how the school system allowed this to go on for so long. So far, though, we haven't heard back. And we also reached out to Z-Trip about the accusations, but again, no response. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. 7:09, and right now a Texas community breathing a sigh of relief after police say a mass murder suspect is now behind bars.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with a dramatic manhunt. Megan?
And that it was, guys. A 4-day manhunt in Texas finally over this morning for the man that you see right here behind me. We are getting word Francisco Oropesa was captured without incident yesterday afternoon in the town of Cut and Shoot, Texas. It's about 16 miles west from where the shooting took place last Friday. Officials say they were alerted to his location by a tip from a caller.
Bottom line is, we now have this man in custody. He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured, and he is currently being taken to my facility in Cold Springs.
He is accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style murder after neighbors complained about him using his rifle in his yard. Right now, he is being held on a $5 million bond. That's $1 million for each of the victims. We're told Oropesa is a Mexican national who immigration officials say had been deported at least 4 times since 2009. Now, just moments before his capture, the U.S. Marshals announcing it would be adding $20,000 to the reward, bringing the total to $100,000, which that caller with the tip will now receive. The focus now, though, this morning, guys, turning to the 5 victims. You can see there's a makeshift memorial that is continuing to grow outside the home where that shooting took place. The youngest victim, just 9 years old. We're going to keep you posted as Oropesa now heads to court facing 5 counts of first-degree murder. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you guys.
All right, Megan, thank you. It is 7:11 now, and we need to get another check of the forecast.
Yeah, the kids are heading down to the bus stop again. Repeat from yesterday, it seems like. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has our details for us.
Yeah, and definitely have the umbrella ready to go, especially with these showers that we're seeing right now as we look outside from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. You can see some of those showers, and we see a little thin layer of that sunlight trying to break through. The sun is up, but we just will have another day where we won't see much of that sunshine. You can actually see it here on our HD radar right through Baltimore City, south down towards Severn and Odenton, and out toward Essex and Middle River. Just a couple of light showers there as well. Not much in the way of rain. Still going to deal with some of those showers left over today. So grab the jacket, grab the umbrella. Not really a need for the sunglasses today, but you will definitely need the shades, the flip-flops, the shorts, all the fun hanging outside gear as we head into the weekend. We'll have that forecast for you coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, looking out our Lynn Stroller traffic network, we're looking at an incident this morning, 95 South, just past Creswell Road. The two-vehicle accident is causing delays. You see people going a little more slowly through the area, but at least still able to get through.
Well, here's a look at the stories that are making headlines this hour. New Goucher poll revealing Marylanders want Governor Wes Moore to address the crime crisis and improve education. Just ahead, how he is responding to those concerns.
I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me.
The murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez is striking a chord with one Baltimore City business owner. Still ahead this morning, her message to city leaders. 7:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. $7.15. If you've ever been on vacation, you've probably encountered companies trying to sell you a timeshare. Contracts that give you access to exotic, fun vacation homes, so they say. That sales pitch is always inviting, but often what you're left with can feel anything but a vacation. For this week's Confident Consumer, Angie Barnett with the Better Business Bureau joins us with what to watch out for. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, Patrice.
All right, so looking at the information you sent us, there are a lot of complaints that you all receive and a lot of money lost to timeshares that you get into and can't get out of because you're not getting what you thought you were.
Exactly. And let's start with the complaints just to Better Business Bureau. In a 2-year period, Patrice, we're talking about 30,000 business complaints, 10,000 negative reviews. And consumers are asked when they file a complaint with BBB to put a dollar value. It's estimated $32 million in disputed funds. So, Patrice, this is a pretty powerful problem we have. And I want to say, I'm not talking about scams. I'm talking about legitimate companies, travel companies that actually sell timeshares where you're investing. Maybe you get a deed, you have a monthly or annual maintenance fee, and it is deeded property that you might think, oh, I can pass on to my family members, or this will forever be a yearly vacation that I can use in different places.
And then that is not what's happening. What's the biggest complaints? I know one of them I saw, which is that you're not actually getting what you think you're getting. They give you this great sales pitch, but it's something completely different. You try to go on vacation, you can't. What's happening?
Exactly. And remember, this is high emotion. We may go to a place and stay for free for a few nights. We get caught up in looking at all the amenities, etc. High pressure sales is the #1 complaint, where people are saying they didn't get what the salesperson promised them, and they buy emotionally, they buy on the spur of the moment. So what happens is you see something and you don't have in your contract the promises that were made, and most often those promises are maintenance fees, no disclosure that the maintenance fees annually could go up year over year. #2, that you can use it all over the world or all over the United States, and you find that the inventory is very limited, and that's a big one. And I also got to throw in, Patrice, because I know you and I do use social media. And I want to remind everybody that right now I'm seeing an uptick in advertisement for travel packages on my social media. This is the same thing. Contracts, fee disclosure, can you get out, cancellation policies, and of course, always pay with a credit card so you can dispute charges if you have grounds for that.
All right, Angie, good information, because these timeshares, I mean, it's hard to escape the people trying to get you on these on these timeshares.
Yeah,
when you go away
we're
on
always
vacation,
looking for an inexpensive way to get away.
I know. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. Thank
Very
you,
true.
Angie. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers. If it sounds too good to be true, it's May, it should be warm, not what's happening.
But we've got warmer numbers on the way for the weekend.
Okay.
And that is actually going to be true.
No scam.
Hold me to it.
All right.
Come on.
Okay. All right. We can do that.
You owe some grilling if it's not.
Look, we'll roll out the station barbecue. I'll have no problem. I'm pretty sure there's propane in that thing, and we can get it all fired up and ready to go. But here's a look right now. I kind of zoomed into some of the flags near the Inner Harbor. Still some rain showers that are rolling through right now. Not much wind. The wind is still going to pick up later today, as we'll see a westerly and northwesterly wind that's going to be blowing through. This is what it looks like on our HD radar. And again, some of those scattered showers right over Baltimore City, right as you head out to work and get the kids to school here, all the way out toward Essex and Middle River, toward the east and down into Elk Ridge, even to Jessup and Severn. As we pull back a little bit farther, you can actually see a few of those snow showers in western Maryland. And I think we have a shot up of Deep Creek. I was looking at this shot earlier, and I saw a snow plow go by, and that's always fun to see on May 3rd. But right now, you can see how folks are dealing with that winter weather there. Again, they can have all of that right over there in western Maryland, but still something to be concerned about, considering if you are driving that way. That's the only concern would be just to kind of make sure to watch for some of those showers. Excuse me, that will continue to be on the colder side especially in western PA and into western Maryland, right up against the backside of the Alleghenies, as that area of low pressure eventually will exit stage right. Now, this is a look at our hourly future scan. Still a few showers developing 9-10 o'clock this morning into the eastern shore across central Maryland. Just a couple of spotty showers through about 2-3 o'clock this afternoon. Very similar to what we saw yesterday. Kind of those gray skies will be around, and that wind that will be picking up here later today as well. So almost a repeat performance of yesterday. So as the kids get out to the bus stop, beep, beep, especially right now, make sure they have the umbrellas and the rain gear with upper 40s this hour, mid 50s through noontime, and we'll get to the upper 50s later this afternoon. But these numbers still well below average, typically lower 70s. I know we want those 70s, and they are coming soon. As you look at your mowcast, well, the mower's silent today, keeping that red light. But tomorrow we'll get that thing fired up a little bit, and especially by Friday. Notice I have a green light there for you as well. Notice our pollen numbers, trees and grass back up into that high category here, and mold sneaking into that moderate category as well. So just be aware those pollen numbers are still kind of up there. We're still right in the heart of allergy season here, especially into early May. 64 tomorrow, drier and warmer. 68 Friday. How about those low to mid 70s, as I mentioned, into Saturday and Sunday, and even close to 80 for early next week.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Well, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you could win extra spending money every weekday from now until May 12th. Just grab your phone, scan that QR code you see right there on your screen for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. Get the question right, you could win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR to get your Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
There will be a couple of changes to your transit riding experience. In about 20 minutes, what the MTA is doing to make your riding experience more safe and reliable.
And we're at Monsignor Slade Catholic School. Their production of SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh, we're going to go live. That's coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning long.
7:25. It's so Baltimore. The students at Monsignor Slade are excited to take you under the sea.
Where a sponge lives in a pineapple? Yeah, for a dynamic stage show. And Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is under the sea this morning. He's live in Glen Burnie with giving us a sneak peek. Good morning, Mark.
That's right. I mean, that's right. We have director Karen Abbott. You can't help but get caught up in this production. It's amazing. So tell us about what's going to happen.
We are going to encapsulate joy this weekend here at Monsignor Slade. We have SpongeBob the Musical ready for you. Get your tickets. Come see us Friday and Saturday night. Let's give them a little taste of it, guys. Go!
That's just a snapshot of what's going on in Bikini Bottoms. We'll be back for more later on in the show.
They look great.
Yeah.
I mean, the set, the costumes, that's going to be awesome. All right, thank you, Mark. If you want more information about getting out there to see them, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It'll be chilly with the highs reaching to the upper 50s.
Man, just ahead, when we can expect some sunshine to come our way.
The brazen and fatal armed robbery here in Canton hitting too close to home for another business owner. Coming up, why she's deciding to close after more than 40 years.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Wednesday, 7:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. We are Wear Orange Wednesday for the Orioles, and for the chance we will see the sun.
The O's will do better
Yes, they're
than
doing
the
much better.
sun coming out today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here.
We just have to will it into existence, guys, and it's going to happen. I mean, it's there. We just can't really see it, but we're going to see plenty of it for this upcoming weekend. It's going to be great weather next week as the O's come back to town. 20 wins already. I mean, look, 63 more wins. We matched what we had last year, and we're only in the first month of the season. All right, here we look at Fed Hill right now. That flag is pretty kind of hanging out. It's pretty just limp there, just kind of hanging there at this time. Right now, we have some of those showers that are moving through Baltimore City, out into Essex and Middle River in the county, and down through Ferdinand Heights into Severn and down through Severna Park as well. Weather story looks like this: cloudy and cool this morning. We are tracking a few afternoon showers still hanging around, and we definitely have a warmer weekend ahead. So Mr. Bo says we're good to go. You're seeing those numbers in the mid to upper 40s over the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll track when we can see some of those showers, and again, what we'll expect for this upcoming weekend. Patrice?
All right, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network now, and we're seeing an incident 95 south just past Creswell Road. It's been going on for a little while. It's a two-vehicle accident, and it is causing a slowdown, but you're still able to get through the area, just not as quickly as you normally would. In a city in crisis, Sunday's brazen armed robbery resulting in the death of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez is now hitting close to home for one Highlandtown store owner.
She says it reminds her of when she was forced to fight for her life when an armed robber entered her store in March. Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Canton this morning with her demands for action. Shannon?
Well, it was a horrifying scene, Tom, inside this T-Mobile here behind me in this popular shopping center in Canton over the weekend with Safeway just across the way. Lots of people in this area. And what happened here in Canton is not too dissimilar to something Jody Rossoff has experienced twice in just 6 months.
I can't handle that. I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me. I can't. It's crazy.
Well, back in March, Rossoff's Doc's Smoke Shop in Highlandtown was robbed at gunpoint for the second time. This time, the owner finding herself in a fight for her life. And it was all captured on surveillance. This scuffle ending with Rossoff shooting that suspect. He was later arrested and identified as Jerome Owens, who is a convicted felon with a criminal history that spans more than 25 years. So Rossoff is now not only frustrated with the level of crime that we're seeing in the city, but also the handling of criminals. And Tom and Patrice, she is now closing up her shop after 40 years of being open.
Of fear. Shannon, what does she want to see actually change, though?
Well, there's a lot, Tom, but first of all, she wants business owners to be able to come to their businesses without fearing for their lives. She's also frustrated with the mayor. She's frustrated with prosecutors and with our former state's attorney, with the judges. She wants to see these criminals held accountable. She wants to see them arrested and prosecuted. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:35, and turning now to a new debate at City Hall over Councilman Yossi Slifer's effort to better track how tax dollars are being spent.
Now, his bill calls for more transparency and accountability in the grant awarding process. And right now, once money is given to a nonprofit, it's difficult to see where it actually goes.
We've seen just in the past year, hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door through the ARPA funding and other funding. And it's important to know where that money is going, what those organizations are doing, and this bill is going to help improve that. This will hopefully answer a lot of questions that people have as to where the money is going and are we getting a good return on those investments.
Now, it is possible this bill could shed some light on how the Safe Streets program spends its money. Fox 45 News has been investigating that issue for more than a year. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says transparency is key.
People want this program to work.
They want the streets to be safer, but they just don't know where the money is going. A lot of money is being spent, and a lot of lives are at risk. Taxpayers and the citizens want to know that the money that's being spent is being spent wisely.
We know City Council President Nick Mosby is co-sponsoring the bill along with Council members Zeke Cohen and Danielle McCrae. Mark Conway and Antonio Glover voiced support for the bill. Now, we sent questions to the other members asking where they stand. We have not yet heard back. Fox 45 News Press Mayor Brandon Scott about the plan on Monday. He didn't really take a stance.
I'm always someone that talks about transparency, but when you think about our grants, right, and the grants that the city gets, I don't think that anybody's gonna argue that, especially when we get them from the federal and the state government that has a lot of requirements and that information is out there for the public to see. We're always going to be pushing that out there. We'll see and talk with the council member about the piece of legislation as it goes through the process.
The legislation has been sent to the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee for further debate. It's not clear when a hearing will be scheduled.
A new Goucher poll reveals reducing crime and improving education are the most important things Marylanders are hoping that Governor Westmore will address.
And Olivia Dance is joining us live now with how the governor is responding to those concerns and what is on the agenda today. Olivia.
Well, Tom and Patrice, Governor Moore is signing several bills today, but none of them are focused on Marylanders' top concern, which is crime. In fact, out of the 800 residents surveyed in that Goucher poll, 83% of them said that reducing crime is very important. And just last week, the governor was asked to respond to Republicans who say that he isn't tough enough on crime. Take a listen to what he said.
I'd say for the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the homicide rate in the state of Maryland. So their plans weren't working. For the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the rate of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland. Whatever was being done before, that wasn't working because we've continued to watch our communities feel less safe. So for people who say that we're not moving aggressively enough, A, I think they're not paying attention to what we're actually doing, and B, it's interesting that they're not acknowledging, and I'm asking where they were for the past 8 years.
When the governor was asked where he fell short in the past 100 days, he admitted it was in addressing crime and public safety. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes during the rest of his time in office. Now, as far as today, the governor will be busy as he is signing several bills addressing a variety of other concerns beyond crime. He's signing 4 bills focused on reproductive rights and freedom. Another bill is the Trans Health Equity Act, and the final bill is cannabis reform. Of course, Fox 45 News will be there when the governor signs those bills, and you can find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot.
A family torn apart after their loved one falls victim to Baltimore City's gun violence. Just ahead, the promise now coming from one city leader.
Facial recognition technology raising concerns about privacy. We take a look at new legislation that could limit its use in Baltimore City.
It will be a cloudy day with a few possible showers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know when we're going to be back in the 70s. 7:39, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:42, and we are anticipating the Fed's next interest rate decision to be made in just a few hours.
That's right. Megan Gillen is at our live center with the early predictions and what it will mean for you. Megan.
A lot of speculation here, taking you live to the White House from our nation's capital here, where this decision is due out at 2 o'clock this afternoon, guys, with comments from Chairman Jerome Powell expected shortly after. Early predictions showing one more quarter-point rate hike today. It's not great news for those looking to make some big purchases right now, but many economists believe that this could be the last for a while if, in fact, inflation does get under control. We are also keeping a close eye on markets today as well after the Dow tumbled more than 360 points yesterday, falling just over 1%. Financial stocks leading those declines. Take a look. Investors worried our bank troubles aren't over yet. Two banks seeing trade stop yesterday as their stocks plunged. Here we have it. PacWest losing more than a quarter of its value yesterday, down 71% for the year. Western Alliance shedding 15%, down 48% for the year. Many banks, especially smaller regional banks, will be watching Powell's remarks today for clues about the state of credit conditions after the failure of now 3 banks in just 2 months. We're also watching for another jobs report due out today. Payroll processor ADP, they're going to be sharing how many private jobs were added in April. It's expected to come in around 133,000. That would be another decline and a sign that hiring is slowing. We're going to keep you posted as the big economic news breaks today. Something else we want to keep you aware of here this morning. We've been following the mass shooter suspect that was captured from Texas just yesterday. A live news conference happening as we speak. We know Tom Rogers is going to have an update on that story for us just about 15 minutes from now. That's the latest from our live center. Back to you.
Thank you, Megan. Many children struggle to thrive or even focus on school due to their mental health. What you can do to help strengthen your child's mental health.
The Metro subway system is getting a major upgrade just ahead. How this could affect transit riders this weekend. 7:44, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
747, a major shutdown of Baltimore's entire metro system this weekend as changes are made and also to light rail schedules. Joining us here in studio, MDOT Administrator Holly Arnold. Good morning.
Good morning. It's so good to be here in the studio.
Yes, thank you, and welcome back here. And we want to talk about this. This is something, though, where the entire subway system will be closed for 2 days, and this is planned.
Yes. So we are planning to close the subway system this weekend, starting at 6 p.m. on Friday through 5 a.m. on Monday, to get a bunch of work done. We're doing a huge upgrade to our signal system, and so we're going to close the system to make that happen.
I think a lot of people may be nervous because the last time, it was about 5 years ago, when the subway system was shut down. It lasted a month. This is different than that.
Yeah, this is absolutely different. So last time we did this, it was an emergency in response to some needed repair work. This time, the system is in a state of good repair. We've been investing over the past several years, and we're making a major investment, $400 million in new rail cars, a new signal system. And so this is kind of the last part of the work on the signal system to do a LiDAR survey so that they're able to know exactly where all of the switches, the interlockings, everything is in the system over this one weekend.
So that's the communication system upgrade?
That's the communication system piece of it, yep.
And that is what's going to improve and make it a lot, while riders may not know what's going on, everybody behind the scenes will then be able to make it more efficient and safe?
Yes, so we'll know exactly where every rail car is at every point in time, which improves safety, improves reliability, and allows us to have a better on-time performance.
Yeah, you can see the wait times much more accurately then. So then let's talk about the light rail. What changes have you recently made to the light rail schedules?
Yeah, so recently we increased our headways on light rail, so we're back to the peak service 10-minute headways on our light rail system from the 15 minutes that we've had recently.
And what did you do to make those changes?
So we've been really focused on hiring over the past year. So last July, we were short a lot of light rail operators, and we're not providing reliable service. And so in response to that, we went to a Saturday schedule, so 15-minute headways all day, which did improve reliability. It meant that we were actually showing up when we said we were going to, right? Getting back to the basics there.
And proactive instead of reactive has been the big thing with MDOT and MTA, especially with the light rail systems here. Is some changes with the apps. Tell us about, though, you just mentioned the word hiring. You actually have another major event coming up.
Yes, we do. So Saturday, May 13th, we are holding an on-site hiring event for bus operators. So we need more bus operators. MTA is a great place to have a career. And I encourage folks to go to our website, check it out, register, and you can come on-site. The best part about it is you can sit in a bus, get and feel what it feels like, and then also you'll be able to walk away with a conditional offer letter if you make it through the process.
The CDL seems to be the biggest issue, though, for getting to be able to drive a bus, though. Are you going to help pay for the training there, or do we need to get our own CDL?
So you have to come in with a CDL permit or the ability to get a permit, but we do handle the CDL training from there. So that's one of the big perks of becoming an MTA employee.
Yeah, and that CDL transfers to other things. So, I mean, that's one that you want to hold on to. Holly Arnold, thank you so much. We appreciated the MDOT MTA Administrator, and thank you so much for coming back in. It was great to see you.
It's great to see you. Thanks for having me in person.
You know who you should talk to, Holly, about CDLs? That guy over there.
I'm trying to...
She was trying. She already was asking me. I had my CDL and let it lapse, though, when I started here 11 years ago.
I need to get you out driving a. Can we get him driving a bus? Come on.
We're going to make it happen.
It wasn't a bus before. It was a beer truck, so it's a little bit different.
And so now Justin's got you up in planes. He's trying to recruit you for it. Like, he doesn't want you here in studio anymore.
He doesn't.
I'm just saying. I mean, we need riders, so drivers. So, all right. Thank you very much, guys. Good morning. Yes, a day where you'll have to have the umbrella if you're hanging out at the light rail station or the metro stop. By the way, I saw an early morning light rail, Holly. It was coming through. I was like driving to work at 3 in the morning. You're talking about increased service. I was like, whoa, what is this thing doing? So it's picking you up. It's taking you where you got to go. And it'll be good to get on that light rail for Monday's game there at Camden Yards, as the O's will be back in town coming up next week and basically for 10 days straight. Now, we're still dealing with some light showers here on our HD radar. Some of those showers moving across the bay over toward the eastern shore at this time, and even still picking up some snow showers in parts of western Maryland, where we still have winter weather advisories. Even the mountains of West Virginia hanging on to that winter storm warning with more of that accumulating snow. Now, with the high May sun angle, it will help to melt that snow quickly, even though we've got the clouds hanging around throughout the day today. And temperatures don't do much. It's this large area of low pressure that continues to bring us the unsettled weather. So taking you through the next couple of hours, still have the umbrella ready to go just in case. A couple of those light showers through 10 a.m. Off and on showers into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. But notice it's not a lot. We're not talking about widespread coverage with these showers. So just kind of hit and miss at best. And then we'll see those clouds hanging around through tonight as well. Finally, some improving conditions as we head toward tomorrow. There's the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Man, I don't know. I don't know where it stands in the process. I heard there were rumors that I get to go up in this thing and maybe do the weather from up there soon. I don't know what's going on, but that would make my dreams come true, just like Hall & Oates. 46, your number in the 8 o'clock hour. Numbers into the 50s through the noon hour, and we're only going to get to the mid to upper 50s for the later part of the afternoon, again with a couple of scattered showers to get in your way. Low to mid 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. More March-like numbers than early May when we're typically in the 70s, but we'll get there. We'll keep those low to mid 70s going for you there in Howard and Arundel counties as well. Shout out to Mary in Port Deposit. There's a Rona the goat. This is actually Reed's, the 4-H'er Reed's goat, Aunt Rona from Mary C. So Port Deposit representing. I love that goat. Thank you very much. Or is that a sheep? I don't know. I don't know the difference. But either way, Rona and Mary, thank you very much. All right, let's roll that beautiful bean footage, please. Let's get me out of here. 58 today, 64 tomorrow, upper 60s Friday, low to mid 70s into the weekend. And guys, we've got upper 70s and lower 80s into early next week.
All right, Justin, 2 Maryland residents are putting their brain to the test on Wheel of Fortune. Just ahead at our 9 o'clock hour, we're going to be speaking to them about what they did to prepare for the show.
Is it Monsignor Slade Catholic School or is it Bikini Bottom? The SpongeBob SquarePants production is coming up. We'll tell you all about it next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Yeah, major production.
Under there? Under the sea?
Can you? You can have a Keurig system or a regular pour,
I guess
right?
so.
Why
Yeah.
not? You live in a
So with
pineapple.
the Krabby Patties? Coffee and Krabby Patties. It's time for a coffee break.
I don't know about that one.
7:56, looking ahead. You know it's going to be burning up this summer in Baltimore.
Jonas Brothers are bringing their 5 albums one night tour to Charm City September 22nd. The concert will be at CFG Bank Arena. Fans can pre-register for tickets at Jonas Brothers website through this Saturday.
CFG is getting a lot of
they are.
Folks through there.
Little upgrade, and next thing you know, boom, everyone's coming there, right?
know.
Well, it is cloudy now, but we will be getting a warm-up soon. According to Justin, if he ever could get up into that Bromo Seltzer Tower, I don't even know if he's done his background check yet, but just ahead, how high the temperatures will get.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. We want to bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers and see what's going on out there.
Still have to deal with a couple of these rain showers here through the day today. Just off and on showers, ladies. We're talking about cloudy skies, kind of cool temperatures. Oh, I see. Now you're just trying to taunt me with the whole Bromo Seltzer Tower. Look at the clock.
We're trying to say it's time for sun.
It's it's almost 8:01. That thing says 7:35. We got to get in there and figure out how to fix that. But either way, we do have some clouds hanging around and some rain right now. Just some light showers here, southwest Baltimore, right there on the other outer edge, the western edge of the outer loop of the Beltway, down through Severna Park and Arnold, moving out toward the eastern shore, up into Edgewood and up into areas for parts of Aberdeen as well. So overall, next couple of hours, the numbers kind of staying in the upper 40s and low to mid 50s. Eventually, we'll warm up to about 58 today, which I know doesn't sound very exciting, but either way, our temperatures are going to stay below average, at least for today and tomorrow. But warmer numbers, they're coming, and we'll take a closer look at that improving weekend forecast in just a few.
All right, looking at the roadways now in our Lynn Stoller traffic network as we take a live look at the traffic map. Look at all the yellow there. We've seen one accident this morning. We've been reporting that was slowing things down, but a lot of yellow on the map. Volume starting to pick up this morning, so might be a good time to get up and out. Give yourself some time.
In a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is hearing from two families mourning loved ones lost to violence. One of them is searching for answers after a murder more than 3 years ago. The case raising questions about the Safe Streets program. And then the other is the family of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. He was shot during an armed robbery inside of a cell phone store in Canton over the weekend.
I want justice for my brother. that we want Brandon Scott to fulfill, to protect this city, run this city from crime. He wanted peace. He was a peace man, so I know he wanted peace. No violence on his heart at all.
We have live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Mackenzie Frost will join us live. She spoke with the family searching for answers and has a closer look at new questions about the Safe Streets program. But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She's joining us live this morning outside of the T-Mobile store with more on their loved one.
Shannon.
Well, his family tells us, Megan, that Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was a peaceful man. He had no violence in his heart. In fact, he was just doing his job when he was gunned down right here inside this T-Mobile store Sunday. This is right in Canton. The family now making plans for his funeral, and they tell us that they're broken.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do.
And this is 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez right here on your screen. Police say the shooting happened after two men entered this business, announced a robbery, then one of them shot Fabian. Then both suspects ran away, and they are still on the loose this morning. The deadly incident all happening in City Councilman Zeke Cohen's district, who has now met with the family.
This was a heartless, cold-blooded murder. For me, I am committing to doing everything within my power to both hold the police department accountable, to bring the perpetrators to justice.
And the family, of course, also calling for justice. Remember, if you have any information, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Meantime, Mackenzie Frost continuing our live coverage.
Mackenzie, you spoke with the family of Damon Scroggins. Tell us a little bit about that case and then how that relates and sheds light on the Safe Streets program.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an intertwined story. We know that Damon Scroggins was killed in 2019. And through our investigation, we found several court records and employment history files. And we know that Damon Scroggins' girlfriend at the time was a Safe Streets worker at the Woodbourne-McCabe location. Through our investigation, we reviewed some transcripts, and we know that his girlfriend talked with the Baltimore Police Department. And she told BPD at the time that she was taught how to log in and out, clock in and out on her phone without having to go into the actual Safe Streets location. She also says at the time there were so few workers at this location that they would hold their meetings at fast food restaurants or other places to eat and talk about the Safe Streets program instead of actually holding their meetings in the Safe Streets building itself. Now, we know that Ronald Brady Jr., he was the man who was arrested and charged with Damon Scroggins' murder at the time. Brady was hired and fired from the Safe Streets location. Brady went to trial 2 different times, a hung jury in 2022, and was later found not guilty in 2023 of just March of this year. Now, through our investigation as well, we found that he was hired and fired as the Safe Streets site director of the Woodbourne-McCabe location, and the offer letter as well as the termination letter was signed by a woman named Shantae Guy, who was the acting director of the Baltimore Community Mediation Center. That was the nonprofit operating the Safe Streets location at the time. Now, Shantae Guy, now known as Shantae Jackson, the director of the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, the same city agency overseeing the implementation of the Safe Streets program at all 10 locations that are all over Baltimore City. Now, when we talked with Damon Scroggins' family, they say that they want to see Safe Streets itself as a program reevaluated. They say especially there needs to be a screening process or a more stringent screening process to find out who are these employees, because we know that Brady himself had a record. Many of these employees often do. He was found guilty of second-degree murder back in 1993. He had some drug charges, handgun violations, as well as an assault charge on his record. Now, we did reach out to the city. We asked Monzi if there is a screening process in place or if there are certain crimes that would prohibit somebody from being hired from and working at the Safe Streets location or any of the locations. The city tells me that they have some oversight and some technical assistance working with these nonprofits throughout the implementation, but it's still unclear if there are certain crimes that would in fact prohibit them from working in a Safe Streets program. Now, you know, we've been investigating Safe Streets for nearly 2 years now. We still have a lot of questions about the operations of the program, who's hired, and we'll continue to dig for answers and press our city leaders. Megan and Patrice.
All right, Mackenzie, thank you.
Well, the tragic murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez is hitting close to home for one Baltimore City business owner. In our next half hour, her message to city leaders.
But first, a decision on interest rates is just hours away. In our next half hour from the Live Center, what economists are predicting and what it means for your bank account.
Well, we're still tracking a few light showers moving through the area, off and on showers for the afternoon. Eventually, the sun returns, and so do warmer temperatures. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
(8:10) right now, a Texas community is breathing a sigh of relief. A mass murder suspect now behind bars.
Tom Rogers is at our Live Center with the dramatic manhunt. Tom.
Yeah, taking you right now to Texas, where a sheriff just held a Q&A with the media, a press conference just a few minutes ago after that 4-day manhunt. Finally ending this morning. Now, he is accused of killing a 9-year-old and others. Officials say Francisco Oropesa was captured without incident yesterday afternoon in the town of Cut and Shoot. That's about 16 miles west from where the shooting took place Friday. Officials say they were alerted to his location by a tip from a caller.
Bottom line is, we now have this man in custody. He was caught hiding in a closet underneath some laundry. They effectively made the arrest. He is uninjured, and he is currently being taken to my facility in Cold Springs.
In Cold Springs is what we showed you just a second ago. He's accused of killing 5 people in an execution-style murder after neighbors had complained and called police 5 times saying that he was firing his rifle in their yard and was waking their baby. Well, right now he's being held on a $5 million bond, $1 million for each of the victims. We're told Oropesa is a Mexican national who immigration officials say had been deported at least 4 times since 2009. Just minutes before his capture, the U.S. Marshal announcing he would add $20,000 to the reward, bringing the total now to $100,000. That caller who called in with that tip will now receive it. The focus turning to the 5 victims. You can see a makeshift memorial continues to grow right outside of their home where the shooting took place. And again, the youngest victim, just 9 years old, now questions about border safety again and how the U.S. will prosecute since the alleged shooter was caught 5 times now illegally in the U.S. We'll keep you posted as he heads to court facing 5 counts of first-degree murder. That's the latest from our live center.
Tom, thank you. A new Goucher poll reveals Marylanders are pushing Governor Wes Moore to address the crime crisis and push to improve education. In our next half hour, how he's responding to these concerns.
But first, facial recognition technology is raising concerns about privacy. After the break, a longtime Baltimore resident weighs in on how this could potentially affect Baltimore residents. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Developing now, Baltimore City Councilman Christopher Burnett proposing new legislation that would establish community control over police surveillance and regulations on the use of facial recognition technology in the city. This morning, lifelong Baltimore resident Pastor P.M. Smith joining us live to weigh in. Pastor Smith, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Megan. How are you?
I'm doing well. Councilman Burnett feels these surveillance technologies can raise concerns about civil liberties. He talks about privacy issues as well. What do you think?
Number one, your survey shows that crime is the number one issue. Everybody knows it except our office holders. This bill that he proposes handcuffs the police. makes us less safer. He's concerned about the civil liberties of those who've already violated my liberties. He's concerned about their privacies. If you're on a public street in Baltimore City, there is no expectation of privacy, let alone a right to privacy. Everybody you know got a camera. I got a camera. They come to my doorbell when a crime is committed in my area for my camera. So there's no civil liberty violation nor privacy. He needs to do what he can to unhandcuff the police and let them do their job.
Let's break this down a little bit. Councilman Burnett wants any new surveillance technology proposed by police departments to be subject to approval by the city council and get some community input from you as well. Is that a fair ask? Does that make sense?
Well, if you read the bill, and I got a copy of it, I called to see if I could get some additional information, some clarity. If you read the bill, what it basically does is put those who are in ACLU and other folk who are in that civil liberties arena in charge of that new technology. Very little is going to come from the community, and my concern is how he defines community. If you don't live in Baltimore City, you ain't community. ACLU can litigate it, but they don't live where I live. I need them to unhandcuff the police. Recognize the acronym is CCOPS, cops. Their focus is on the cops, not the criminals.
Do you feel that surveillance and facial recognition could make a difference in the crime fight?
It's used at the airport, used at the Super Bowl, used down at Raven Stadium to detect and prevent. Why can't it be used here to catch criminals when they're getting bolder and bolder? They're attacking, their offenses are getting more senseless and defenseless. They're attacking people in broad daylight. Am I right? The young man, Mr. DeAndre Dorsey, who was killed out in his district, the only way they caught anybody was somebody had a photograph. I mean, facial recognition should be used. In this racial argument, no. They want to use the racial argument. It's my community, a racial community that's being victimized with all these homicides. 94% of every homicide statistic since 2015 has been African-American people. 300 since 2015, 94% African-American people. Why aren't they concerned about that? I'm not trying to protect the criminal. I'm trying to protect the community and the citizens that I'm a part of.
All right. Pastor Smith, thanks for weighing in.
Let me say one more thing. Mr. Zeke Cohen is talking about holding the police accountable for arresting the folk that shot Mr. Sanchez Gonzalez.
Yeah.
No, he's holding the wrong people accountable. Go get the criminals.
All right. Thanks, Pastor Smith.
Thank you.
We've got another cooler day out there. You can feel it when you step outside, but we are so close to warmer temperatures.
I can't wait for that. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at his full Weather Authority forecast, which includes the warmer days.
Yeah, it does, ladies. Absolutely. This is what it looks like right now. A lot of cloud cover out there. We've seen a couple of stray showers here this morning. Definitely kind of misty and definitely cool. You can see those numbers right there on the right side of your screen. Most of us have been hanging out in the 40s through the morning time, and we're not going to get much in the way of warming for today. But most of those showers moving through Baltimore City, out through Essex and Middle River, right across the bay into Chestertown, Rock Hall, Queenstown for you on the other side of the Bay Bridge, even down through Annapolis. You're still seeing some of these showers sticking around at this time. We pull back a little bit farther and we actually are seeing some of those light snow showers let up a bit in western Maryland, even though we're still carrying some winter storm warnings and weather advisories, winter weather advisories. This area of low pressure, it was parked over the Great Lakes a couple of days ago. Now it's sliding over toward ports of northern New York, and that's going to continue to kind of slide to the east and out of here by the time we head into the next few days. So Hank the Bird, I've heard a lot of his friends chirping around in there in morning time and even in the evening time. Yeah, he's still there. But upper 40s next hour with mid 50s through the noon hour on your Bird is the Wordcast. And high temps today, yeah, still in the 50s. Lower 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg into the Hereford zone. 53 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. 54 Perry Hall and White Marsh, and mid to upper 50s for you in Baltimore City. Keeping those mid 50s going for you. Ellicott City and Columbia for Howard County. Down through Anne Arundel County, we'll see a lot of those 50s as well under those mostly cloudy skies. You can hold off on getting the lawnmower out, the weed eater. Maybe on Thursday we have a yellow light for your mowcast, but definitely on Friday we'll see some drier air moving in, and we still have to deal with that pollen that's out there. Even though we haven't had much rain, the rain helps a little bit, but you still have the trees and the grass in that high category, even mold has snuck into the more moderate category for today. All right, here's a look at our future scan. So watch the low. Bye. Trying to get out of here. Move on out to the east. Looking on Thursday, we'll still see a few clouds, but a little bit more sunshine, maybe a pop-up shower or two left over, and still some of that cloud cover actually on Friday. Even though we have this nice big H, that's a ridge of high pressure, that's really going to improve our conditions and kind of break this weather pattern that we've been stuck in. So 2 days left until Cinco de Mayo. We're just 11 days out from Mother's Day, and 7 weeks from today, my friends, is the summer solstice, longest day of the year. Will eventually be warmer. And like I mentioned, it's not far away. We'll see 64 tomorrow. That'll be a lot more palatable. And then close to 70 Friday with low to mid 70s into Saturday and Sunday. Don't forget, Sting, right there on the bottom of your screen. You take a picture of that QR code and boom, that app is right there in the palm of your hand.
822 caught on camera. A Virginia officer narrowly avoided being hit head-on by a teen driver allegedly going 120 miles per hour. This is incredible. Look at this. Fairfax County Police released this video. This is of a crash Tuesday. Sent 2 people to the hospital. But you see the officer talking to the one car that was pulled over for a traffic stop when that happened right there. That out-of-control vehicle just swerved from the opposite lane. That officer barely jumped out of the way in time. Now, the officer did sustain minor injuries. Police say it was a 17-year-old speeding in that BMW that caused the crash. Look at it again here. The officer sees it coming, tries to get out of the way, and that could have ended so differently. That teen now facing charges for reckless driving.
It was not his day. He was meant to live another day.
He was. And minor injuries? Wow. Yes. All right, another win, another game closer to being first place in the AL East. Still to come, we're going to break down the Orioles' 20th victory of the season.
Monsignor Slade Catholic School production of SpongeBob SquarePants is happening. We'll tell you all about it. Also, their green school. We'll tell you about that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is so Baltimore. Plunge into a youth musical under the sea.
Follow along with your favorite Bikini Bottom citizens at Monsignor Slade. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark took a dive himself today for a preview. Hey, Mark.
That's right. We got Karen still with us, and Kathleen joins us. Now, Kathleen, in addition to doing STEM, you also have a very important part of this production.
Yes, I coordinate all the tech, which was the lights, the sound, and all those aspects. And as a Maryland Green School, we were super excited to incorporate the initiative of recycling in all of our props and our set pieces. So we're really excited to have the kids engaging in STEM during this production.
And so in addition to looking amazing, it's a good cause also.
It is. The students have been able to really engage in recycling and repurposing materials, and 80% of our set and our props are actually made with those recycled materials that they have been working on in STEM Club and within the production itself.
All right, we got a few minutes. Well, let's put it to work.
Let's do it, guys.
They're giving us the best morning ever on Fox 45 Morning News, guys.
And the costumes are really, really cute. They've done a great job.
They have. We want to put some information on our website so all of you can get out and enjoy. foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
The brazen and fatal armed robbery here in Canton hitting too close to home for another business owner. Just ahead, why she's closing her shop after more than 40 years of being open.
Marylanders have spoken and crime is top of mind. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, find out what Governor Moore had to say about his progress so far. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News on this Wednesday, May 3rd, a Wear Orange Wednesday. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and while we're wearing a lot of orange around here, we're not seeing the orange out in the skies.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers with why.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's an extreme close shot. There you go.
A lot of Justin.
Sliding in. There's his orange.
Let me just get back here. This is a lot more palatable.
You should get that freckle checked out, you know.
Thank you very much, Tom. I wasn't there last week. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on here on your forecast as we are looking at temperatures that are still cool right now from our downtown Baltimore cam. Looking at the Bromo Seltzer Tower clock, not quite accurate, but it is 8:32. So don't go by that clock, at least that face that looks to the east. Looking at our HD radar, we are seeing some of those showers that have just moved through Baltimore City, out through Essex and Middle River, up into Edgewood, up in the 95 corridor, and moving across the northern sections of the Chesapeake out toward and all the way down toward parts of Anne Arundel County there as well. Numbers are mainly in the 40s, so you'll still need a jacket and definitely a rain jacket here as you step out. On your yard and gardening cast, mid to upper 50s is what we're looking at for the next couple of hours. So, yeah, some more rain to help out with your yards and gardens, but not best for doing the yard work outside. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network and a live shot from our cameras around the region, and a lot of volume as we are at 8:33 for our morning commute. There were a couple of accidents earlier that have been cleared, so it looks like you're moving along just fine. Some of you may be using your wipers still.
Breaking news now, a 55-year-old delivery driver shot and had his car stolen while trying to make a late-night delivery. This is in Northwest Baltimore here. As you look at our map, police say the man was trying to deliver food when two men came up to him, tried to rob him. Police say the duo shot the man twice before taking off in his car. Police are still searching for the robbers.
Now to a city in crisis. Sunday's brazen armed robbery resulting in the death of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, now hitting close to home for a Highlandtown store owner.
She says it reminds her of when she was forced to fight for her life when an armed robber entered her store in March.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live from Canton this morning with that woman's demands for action. Shannon?
Yeah, it was a horrifying scene, Tom, over the weekend here in Canton, inside this T-Mobile store just behind me in this very popular shopping center with Safeway just across the way. Lots of people in this area. And what happened here in Canton is not too dissimilar to something Jody Rossoff has experienced twice in just 6 months.
I can't handle that. I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me. I can't. It's crazy.
Yeah, back in March, Rossoff's Doc's Smoke Shop in Highlandtown was robbed at gunpoint for the second time. This time, the owner finding herself in a fight for her life. It was all captured right here on surveillance, this scuffle ending with Rossoff shooting that suspect. He was later arrested and identified as Jerome Owens, a convicted felon with a criminal history that spans more than 25 years. So Rossoff is now not only fed up with the level of crime that we're seeing in the city, but also the handling of criminals. And she is now closing her business after more than 40 years open.
So, Shannon, what does she want to see change?
Well, Megan, there is a lot that she would like to see change. But first of all, she thinks that business owners shouldn't have to be afraid to simply step foot in their businesses. She is frustrated with the mayor. She's frustrated with prosecutors, the judges, our former state's attorney. She wants to see these criminals held accountable. She wants to see them arrested and prosecuted. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. We know City Council President Nick Mosby is co-sponsoring this bill, along with Council members Zeke Cohen and Danielle McCrae. Mark Conway and Antonio Glover voiced support. We sent questions to other members asking where they stand, but we haven't heard back. Fox 45 News pressing Mayor Scott about the plan Monday, but he didn't really take a stance.
I'm always someone that talks about transparency, but when you think about our grants, right, and the grants that the city gets, I don't think that anybody's gonna argue that, especially when we get them from the federal and the state government that has a lot of requirements and that information is out there for the public to see. We're always going to be pushing that out there. We'll see and talk with the council member about the piece of legislation as it goes through the process.
The legislation has been sent to the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee for further debate. It is not clear when a hearing will be scheduled.
Well, we want to hear from you. Do you think your council member should support the transparency bill? So far, 98% of voters have responded yes, as you see there on the bottom of your screen. You can weigh in right now by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
A new Goucher poll reveals reducing crime and improving education are the most important things that Marylanders are hoping Governor Wes Moore will address. We have Olivia Dance joining us live now with how the governor is responding to those concerns and what's on the agenda today. Olivia.
Well, Megan, Governor Moore is signing several bills today, but none of them are focused on Marylanders' top concern, which is crime. In fact, out of the 800 residents surveyed in that Goucher poll, 83% of them said that reducing crime is very important. And just last week, the governor was asked to respond to Republicans who say that he hasn't been tough enough on crime. Take a listen to what he said.
I'd say for the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the homicide rate in the state of Maryland. So their plans weren't working. For the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the rate of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland. Whatever was being done before, that wasn't working because we've continued to watch our communities feel less safe. So for people who say that we're not moving aggressively enough, A, I think they're not paying attention to what we're actually doing, and B, it's interesting that they're not acknowledging, and I'm asking where they were for the past 8 years.
When the governor was asked where he fell short in the past 100 days, he admitted it was in addressing crime and public safety. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes during the rest of his time in office. Now, as far as today, the governor will be very busy as he is signing several bills addressing a variety of other concerns beyond crime. He's signing 4 bills focused on reproductive rights and freedom. Another bill is the Trans Health Equity Act, and the final bill is cannabis reform. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there when the governor signs those bills. And you can find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
A family grieving this morning after their son was shot and killed while on the job at a T-Mobile store. Coming up in the 9 o'clock hour, we hear from business owners on what needs to be done to reduce crime moving forward.
And we have another cool morning out there. Not much warmer. Still to come, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the next weather maker and when we'll finally see the sun. 8:39 now on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. From our live center, the clock is ticking. We are anticipating the Fed's next interest rate decision to be made in just a few hours. Taking you live to our nation's capital, where this decision is due out at 2 o'clock this afternoon, with comments from Chairman Jerome Powell expected shortly after. Early predictions, take a look, showing one more quarter-point rate hike today. Not great news for those looking to make some big purchases right now, but many economists believe that this could be the last for a while. That is, if inflation gets under control. Also keeping an eye today on the markets after the Dow tumbled more than 360 points yesterday, falling just over 1%. Financial stocks leading those declines, with investors worried our bank troubles are not over yet. Two banks seeing trading stop yesterday as their stocks plunged. Let's take a look. PacWest losing more than a quarter of its value yesterday, down 71% for the year. Western Alliance shedding 15%, down 48% for the year. Many banks, especially the smaller regional banks, they're going to be watching Powell's remarks today for clues about the state of credit conditions after the failure of now 3 banks in just 2 months. We are also watching for another big jobs report due out this morning. Payroll processor ADP will be sharing how many private jobs were added in April, and it's expected to come in around 133,000. That's going to be another decline if that is the case, and a sign that hiring is slowing. We're going to keep you posted as this big economic news breaks today.
Now, if you don't have a gift for your mom for Mother's Day, no problem. Still ahead, what popular blues artist is coming to CFG Bank Arena on Mother's Day? But first, 1 in 5 children and adolescents may experience mental health disorders. Coming up after the break, why mental health is so important among our children. For a quarter century, the Children's Mental Health Matters campaign has been a Maryland tradition. 1 in 5 children and adolescents may experience mental health disorders, yet less than half get the needed treatment. This community campaign aims to connect families to resources for prevention and help. And joining us now from the Mental Health Association of Maryland, Tiffany Thomas. Good morning, Tiffany.
Good morning.
Can you tell us a little bit more about what you do and how you provide that outreach?
Sure. So the Mental Health Association of Maryland has partnered with Maryland Coalition of Families for over 20 years now to offer the Children's Mental Health Matters campaign across the entire state. And we invite schools and community organizations to do some type of awareness raising activity first full week of May every year to help raise awareness and reduce stigma around children's mental health. And it's an exciting time. And we have a lot of great fun and bring families together to do that.
Yeah, talking about it more, reducing that stigma, as you just said right there, will be able to help people. Mental health is it's an umbrella, basically, of anything that may be a little off. How do parents talk to their children or started to try and figure out, well, okay, maybe this child is a little bit different than other children for this, and how can we find help? How do they start asking the questions, especially with teens?
So it's really important to just treat mental health like physical health and recognize that you need to talk about it. There's a lot of misinformation and stigma that surrounds mental health. And if we don't understand it and just start that conversation, that's where a lot of those conversations can be misconstrued. If your child has a fever, you wouldn't think twice about calling a doctor or giving your child medicine. And I think it's important that we treat mental health the same way and have those conversations. So notice those changes early, have those conversations early on with your child or your teenager and start that conversation if you see that they're struggling.
And especially because COVID did such a turn for children, mainly parents too. We need to find out having those conversations more often than not. Tiffany Thomas, thank you so much. We appreciate it and look forward to more education throughout this week.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 8:49 and a little chilly out there right now, Tom.
Yeah, actually, it feels a little chilly, and you're thinking, okay, well, coming up this weekend, we're going to see a lot of sun. I mean, that's exactly what we've been talking about.
I hope so.
And we're talking about baseball weather. Earlier this morning, we saw snowplows in the western part of our state. There's a lot going on.
Here to break it down for us, meteorologist Justin Chambers. What time is it?
Not that time.
What?
Time for me to get to the Bromo Seltzer Tower.
One day, right?
Try to
One
change
day?
that clock. I know, one day, one sweet day, like Mariah Carey said.
Have you made a call? Have you tried to make this happen?
There have been calls, there have been emails. I want to be like kind of right there, just kind of like up there so I can wave to everybody.
If you go down in the basement, there's a wanted picture with your face on it at the Bromo Seltzer Tower.
Don't let this guy in, whatever you do.
Right.
All right, our weather headlines. Good morning to all of you. Yes, it's chilly this morning. Yes, we've been dealing with some of the rain showers. We're in the 40s. We're only going to get to the upper 50s. I know, kind of a bleak outlook, but as they were mentioning, we do have a warmer weekend. In fact, even tomorrow is going to be better than today. We're still tracking some of these showers that just rolled through Baltimore City, up into Edgewood and Aberdeen, up toward APG. You're seeing that out toward the eastern shore for Rock Hall and Queenstown, out through Centerville at this time. And yeah, we had some snow showers earlier this morning. Some of that is dissipating a bit. Still may see some leftover showers, all from this large L that just continues to sit there and spin, bringing a lot of moisture and snow to parts of western and northwestern Pennsylvania. Upper levels of the atmosphere are getting the snow, and it's melting by the time it gets down here. But golfers today, maybe you want to be indoors or under one of those, coverings where you can do some of the practicing today. Probably not the best day to be out on the golf course. Great days coming this weekend. Low to mid and upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your high temperatures this afternoon. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those low to mid 50s for later today. And you're going to probably just keep that mower in the shed today. Tomorrow, you can go ahead and get that out maybe in the later part of the afternoon. Definitely on Friday, a green light on your mowcast. We'll get that thing all fired up and ready to go. 64 tomorrow. We're back to the upper 60s on Friday. Low to mid 70s into your Saturday and Sunday. So the weekend, again, looking very nice and even next week as the O's come back to town. We're talking about upper 70s and lower 80s. Time to take a look at a view through your window. Pretty cool shot here of some of the storm clouds. I know we've seen a lot of those rain showers and those clouds that have been hanging around. This was sent in from Jocelyn, some of the April showers that are bringing tons of May flowers. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan a picture of that QR code right there on your screen.
The Orioles are now one full month into the season, and they have won the first game of all 9 series openers.
But last night's win in Kansas City didn't start out easy for the O's. After a long fight against the Royals, Baltimore came out on top with the final score 11-7. Tonight, the O's take on Kansas City again. First pitch 7:40 p.m. You know how I feel about that time. The Orioles currently have the second best record in the MLB, though, sitting at 20-9.
Well, it's May, and that means Mother's Day is right around the corner. And what better way to celebrate with mom than head to CFG Bank Arena and see the Queen of Blues, Anita Baker. Artist currently on her anniversary tour. And this comes as Baltimore is on Mother's Day, May 14th. Concert starts at 7. Perfect.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
Well, it is that time of the year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone to scan that QR code right there. You see it on your screen. That is going to give you a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. You can play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even have to be a mom, but again, you know, we hope you share it with mom. Again, scan the QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck. Well, we want to see how you spend your day with mom. You can scan the QR code on your screen there. That's going to take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos, and it's all powered by Stackla.
Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, 2 Marylanders test their fortune on one of America's most popular game shows. They'll be joining us to share more about their experience.
Plus, another cloudy day with highs in the upper 50s across the region. Coming up in our 9 o'clock hour, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we can expect our next warm-up.
Well, now it's time, the perfect time to warm up with the coffee break.
Topping your morning business report, Hollywood writers are on strike and your favorite shows could be impacted because of it. Late night talk shows like Jimmy Kimmel Live and The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon are immediately affected. Those shows require new content written up for every episode. Reruns of those shows are going to be airing until the strike ends. Long-term effects might be seen for shows that have new seasons this fall. Until the strike is over, those shows cannot continue production and might have to stall their fall season return or premiere. TikTok's head of U.S. Trust and Safety is stepping away from the company. Reports say that Eric Han will leave TikTok on May 12th. Han was with the company for several years and began heading the U.S. Trust and Safety Division as part of the company's push to avoid a ban from U.S. lawmakers. The social media platform says that Han's role focused on compliance and modernization of U.S. users' data. T-Mobile says it has experienced its second data breach this year. The phone company reports the attack happened between February and March and exposed hundreds of account holders. The company says it sent letters to impacted customers on April 28th, which informed them the hacker gained access to full names, dates of birth, social security numbers, and other personal information. The Maine Attorney General's office says 836 customers were impacted before the company was aware on March 27th. You can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys, what are two things you lose the most? It's your keys and it's your phone. And it's so frustrating. I know this because I spend hours every day looking for these items. So listen up. You don't want to miss this buy one, get one exclusive deal on the Key Smart Pro. Now, the Key Smart Pro organizes up to 14 keys in one little device. Literally every guy on the set has one in his pocket right now. And as we are setting up this display, people were actually trying to take them. So my advice is buy this now for everyone you love because they're not going to last. It takes all those keys in the drawer, the bottom of your purse, and puts them right into one little thing, and it connects to a free app. So if you lose your keys, you press the button on the app. You lose your phone, you press the button on the keychain. Even if your phone is on silent, you can find it. It's a win-win. They find each other, guys. You know how many hours this saves us? For me, like probably 6 hours a day. I bet you have someone in your life that needs one of these. My family literally impersonates me by putting on a pair of sunglasses and saying, "Where's my phone? Where's my keys?" And now with this buy one, get one free deal, it's a perfect time to get one for you, someone you love, in all of these great colors. Remember, this is a buy one, get one free. Do not wait. Go to asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Wednesday, May 3rd. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and there is hope of warmth coming soon.
I've seen it in the forecast. Some days away. Meteorologist Justin Chambers
Can you guys
is here.
Smell it? Nachos.
The Orioles win?
No, nachos, guacamole.
Oh, that would be
tacos,
nice. Outdoors,
Cinco de Mayo.
on the patio.
Oh, I was trying to get where you were going. I
2
was thinking
days.
baseball. Yeah, that's right.
And baseball. You can enjoy baseball. You can have nachos at the park. Why not? That's a great way because you know what? The O's are back here in just 5 days from right now, back here at home for a 10-game homestand. And let me tell you, next week, great baseball weather, great outdoor weather. Even this weekend is looking a lot better than it is now. I just ran into my boss, and he's complaining to me saying, man, I wish it was going to be sunny. It is, man. Everybody just hang on. Just hang on a little bit. Our showers are moving out of here to the north and to the east, and we will see more of that sun that is going to be here as we get into the later part of the week, Thursday and Friday. But temperatures are still in the 30s and 40s right now, so it is still chilly as you make your way out this hour. Back with your full forecast. We will talk about the warming trend coming up in just a few.
All right, let's see what's happening on the roads at 9 o'clock. Still talking about accidents and slowdowns. There is an accident on 695, the outer loop right at Liberty Road. There are 2 vehicles involved. And look at that. That is causing a lot of backup, as you can see from our camera. So if you are heading that way, you're going to need to give yourself plenty of extra time.
Breaking news overnight now. Police need your help finding more information about a shooting. This happened around 11:30 last night on Cottage Avenue. As you look at the map, it's right near Druid Hill Park.
Once on the scene, officers found a 55-year-old man who had been shot. He was taken to a hospital where he is listed in stable condition. Police say the victim was attempting to deliver food when he was approached by two men. One of them had a gun. Investigators tell us the suspect shot the victim twice and then fled the area using the victim's car.
If you know anything about the incident, you're asked to call Metro Crime Stoppers. The number 1-866-7-LOCK-UP. In a city in crisis, a family torn apart after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed over the weekend.
It all happened during an armed robbery inside of a Canton cell phone store.
We have Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning outside that store with more on their loved one. Shannon.
Well, his family, Megan, tells us that Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was a peaceful man. He had no violence in his heart. He was simply doing his job right here inside this T-Mobile on Sunday in Canton when he was shot. Now, the family is now making plans for his funeral, and they tell us they are broken.
It breaks our heart to know that we lost my brother to two criminals run wild in this city. Nobody wants to hear their son at work doing an honest job being shot over people trying to steal phones, money, or whatever they're trying to do.
And this is 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez right here on your screen. Police say the shooting happened after two men entered the business, announced a robbery, then one of them shot Fabian. Both suspects then ran away, and they are still on the loose this morning. The deadly incident all happening in City Councilman Zeke Cohen's district, who has now met with the family.
This was a heartless, cold-blooded murder. For me, I am committing to doing everything within my power to both hold the police department accountable, to bring the perpetrators to justice.
And of course, the family is also calling for justice. Remember, you can remain anonymous by calling the Metro Crime Stoppers if you have any information. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
The murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez is striking a chord with one Baltimore City business owner. She says in 6 months, she was robbed at gunpoint twice. She tells Fox 45 News the tragedy inspired her to share her story.
I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me.
Coming up at 9:30, we're going to have more on her message to city leaders. It is a story you'll only see on Fox 45.
Turning now to the crisis in the classroom as Baltimore City school officials are responding to the taxi cab controversy uncovered by a recent Inspector General report.
That report claims that a local cab company that was paid to take students to and from school may have driven off instead with more than $500,000.
Olivia Dance joining us live now with the latest on this. Olivia.
Well, Megan and Patrice, the Inspector General's report is recommending that the school system request a refund from the cab company, but it's unclear if they've done that yet. And according to the report, this taxi company right here called Z-Trip, or formerly known as Yellow Cab, potentially provided fraudulent invoices and vouchers. The IG report claims from the 2018 to 2019 school year and the 2021 to 2022 school year, there were about 1,100 students and 3,900 cases when the student had not been in school, but the taxi company claimed that they had been taken there. In total, racking up nearly $632,000 worth of controversial charges. Now, in response to the findings, Baltimore City Schools sent a statement that says the discrepancies were, quote, primarily concentrated in the earlier years of the review period and have been mitigated by City Schools' efforts to increase oversight, end quote. But these taxis are another way for Baltimore City students to get to school. They're assigned for children in foster care, children experiencing homelessness, or for those living in an area with a lack of bus routes. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams argues the Baltimore City school system has a lack of leadership and that it shouldn't have taken a state investigation to uncover 3 years worth of wasted funding.
We have seen this in the Baltimore City school system time and time again, whether it's students not graduating, whether it's ghost students, and now we have these bogus cab rides.
And Fox 45 News reached out to city schools asking how the school system allowed this to go on for so long. So far, though, we haven't heard back yet. And we also reached out to Z-Trip about the accusations, but again, no response. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
9:07. Leaders in Congress are set to meet with the president next week on the debt ceiling. In the meantime, House Democrats are working on a plan they hope would avoid a default in a worst-case scenario.
This morning, national correspondent Atra Al-Nashar is joining us live from Capitol Hill to explain what's happening here. Atra, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Megan and Patrice. This is a long shot, but House Democrats are looking at this plan as sort of an insurance policy if negotiations between the president and congressional leaders on Tuesday don't result in a quick deal before the projected default date of June 1st. Now, this has actually been in the works quietly, but it's been in the works since January in anticipation for this exact scenario. So when the 118th Congress began, Democratic Congressman Mark DeSaulnier introduced legislation for a clean, simple, solitary debt ceiling increase. And since he filed it back then, it makes the bill eligible for a legislative maneuver called a discharge petition, which releases the bill from committee without further consideration, fast-tracking it. However, Democrats, who are in the minority in the House, would need signatures from 5 Republicans to bring it up for a vote. And as things stand, they're not even close to 5 Republicans who stick out as even likely or potential supporters. However, let's get into a couple what-if scenarios here. If House Speaker Kevin McCarthy upsets some of his members during negotiations with the president, perhaps he isn't able to get some of the spending cuts that was passed in the legislation last week, maybe some of the GOP could peel off. Maybe there's some of the same folks who held up his speakership. Or let's say talks just stall and the default date approaches and this is just a timing issue. It's possible we see some Republicans panic and get behind this discharge petition. It's anyone's guess at this point. All we know is right now, House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries is telling his caucus basically he'll circle back and update them on next steps next week.
All right. National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar live from Capitol Hill. Thank you for that.
Thanks.
A mass school shooting gains international attention with 8 middle school students killed.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center now with why the shooting has gone global. Tom.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Taking you to Serbia now. I want to stay with me here. This is some video from earlier that I want to show you exactly what happened here outside the scene. And let me just make this a little bit wider for you. This is from the Associated Press. We're talking about a middle school shooting. The last time they had one in Serbia was in 2013. Where a veteran of war went, they say, crazy and shot people here. They've never reported a school shooting before today. That's the latest from our live center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you. Looking ahead, the Maryland Department of Transportation announcing the Metro subway will close this weekend to install a new communications train control system.
Now, in our 7 o'clock hour, we spoke with MDOT MTA Administrator Harley Arnold about what riders need to know.
We are planning to close the subway system this weekend, starting at 6 p.m. on Friday through 5 a.m. on Monday, to get a bunch of work done. We're doing a huge upgrade to our signal system, and so we're going to close the system to make that happen. Last time we did this, it was an emergency and response to some needed repair work. This time, the system is in a state of good repair. We've been investing over the past several years, and we're making a major investment, $400 million in new rail cars, a new signal system, and so this is kind of the last part of the work on the signal system to do a LiDAR survey so that they're able to know exactly where all of the switches, the interlockings, everything is in the system over this one weekend.
Well, you can find this full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A new poll finds crime is the #1 issue Marylanders want addressed. The governor's pledge after admitting he fell short on some of his public safety goals.
And is loneliness becoming an epidemic in the U.S.? According to the U.S. Surgeon General, it is. Coming up next, we break down a brand new report. It is 9:12 and you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning. happening now. On Friday, the Pentagon is set to implement a law requiring mental health services for troops.
According to a defense official, the Brandon Act will finally be put into practice more than a year after it was passed.
That law requires the military to provide a mental health evaluation for any service member who asks for one. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin is expected to sign a policy to start its implementation. Happening now, the U.S. Surgeon General has declared loneliness as an epidemic in the United States.
Dee Gatton with the National Desk joins us now with the findings and the efforts to combat the problem.
Together as a nation, we've gone through a lot of changes with the pandemic, but the U.S. Surgeon General says this has been a growing problem, with widespread loneliness posing a risk to your health, as deadly as smoking up to 15 cigarettes a day. The U.S. Surgeon General, Dr. Vivek Murthy, addressing the epidemic of loneliness and isolation in the country in a more than 80-page report. Murthy says even before the COVID-19 pandemic, about half of adults reported experiencing loneliness. He warns isolation and loneliness are linked to sleep problems, pain, depression, and anxiety. The report adds for the 15 to 24 age group, time spent in person with friends has reduced by nearly 70% over almost 2 decades.
We've seen more children coming for mental health complaints, including loneliness, but when it gets even more severe, it can progress to depression and sometimes even thoughts of wanting to harm yourself or others.
Murthy addressing the epidemic with several actions, from increasing education on the benefits of social connection to reforming digital environments, adding we need to decide how technology is designed and used. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Gatton.
Where's the sunshine?
We're asking for it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, we keep hammering
Even
it.
Dee Gatton has orange on, trying to get us going, like with the orange.
O's.
Go O's and go sunshine, right?
It's coming.
It is coming. That's good news.
Is it? So for Cinco de Mayo, it's going to be a nice day to be outside and do.
Cinco de Mayo is going to be great. I'm having a margarita outside, maybe 6, and
whoa,
hold on,
easy there.
Easy, hold on.
That's to drown his sorrow of not going up in the bromo seltzer. Since they keep putting this shot up for you.
I know.
It's just not your time.
Even one of our producers were like, I live right across the street from you. I want to send in a picture. I'm like, thanks, Carla. Appreciate that. All right, we do have some cloud cover out there, but the rain has moved on, at least through Baltimore City. You're still seeing a few of those showers in parts of Chestertown, Centerville, out toward the eastern shore, down through Easton into Talbot County. So that's where we're seeing the rain right now. When you look a little bit farther out here, the precipitation is sort of dwindling up or drying out, as it were. So we had some snow showers this morning in western Maryland, still carrying that winter weather advisory for Garrett County for the next until the end of this hour, but still winter storm warnings for western parts of West Virginia. The areas in the mountains there, especially in Snowshoe. I mean, they're getting hit with a pretty decent amount of snow, and even up into western Pennsylvania. But this area of low pressure is moving on, and eventually will be sliding out of here. This is our latest update on our hourly future scan. And notice we're not talking about a bunch more rain, maybe just a couple of spotty showers here and there as we take you through the later part of the afternoon. Even as we get into 4 or 5 o'clock, maybe some breaks in the cloud cover by the time we head into this evening. But overall, our temperatures are still going to stay chilly. So hanging out there in the Towson Town Center in the next hour or so in the upper 40s, and we're only going to get to the mid to upper 50s again today, but today's the last day because numbers will go up starting tomorrow. Even mid 50s in that 5 and 6 o'clock hour doing happy hours. So mid to upper 50s across central Maryland is what we're talking about for your high temperatures. 72 typically where we are. Going to have to hold off a couple more days for those average numbers. And even up and down the 95, we're looking at Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. in those 50s. Down the ocean, only 54 today. But check it out. This is our temperature tracker, more that orange with the warmer numbers coming. We're close to average by Friday and Saturday. We're back to the above average category Sunday and into the early part of next week. Perfect time for the O's to come back to town for that 10-game homestand. Here's a look at that future scan. So there goes the low. Bye, Felicia. See you later. Moving on as we head into Thursday. We'll see a couple of those showers possible tomorrow afternoon, but definitely the warmer numbers. And then our friend Henry the Big H right there on top of us. That's going to be on Friday, and that's going to give us the drier conditions as well as we head later into the end of the week. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's not what we're applauding, though.
We have something for you.
Oh, okay. Hi.
This is a big moment. Prepare yourself.
Everybody,
I'm quite
you
scared
ready?
right now. You're in my area.
Here, we have something to present to you.
Right.
I don't want you to cry, though.
Yeah.
Do you have a
It's not your birthday or anything.
You got a
Actually,
hanky or
do.
something
Yeah, I
for
do
him?
have one.
There you go.
Quite honest. An orange one.
Fox 45 Morning News, Bromo, Seltzer, Utah Street. Price free $99. Doors up. What? Is this for me?
Yeah.
We
got you in, baby.
You're going to the tower.
Hug it out. Come on. Let's all hug
It's your
everybody.
lucky day. You did it.
Yeah.
You're a VIP. You're
dropped
going.
Yeah, you dropped it.
So the question is,
hold
you're
on.
going next week.
Seriously?
It has
You guys
a
did
date.
this for me?
We did.
Yeah, we did.
It's official.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Next
So what
week,
are you
May
going to
10th.
do when you're there?
They did not say that you could touch the clock.
What?
We don't know that yet.
That's
We'll find
the
out.
reason I wanted him to go. If he's not hanging from the hands, then I don't know if it's
I gotta
worth
do
it.
Marty. I gotta do Doc Brown stuff.
Yeah.
The question is not what I'm going to do. The question is what I'm not going to do.
And
There's
what
gonna
are
be
you
so
not-
so many things that I'm going to do.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I don't want to be
So-
part of that conversation when
All right.
something breaks there.
So,
So, I'm
next,
gonna
so next
step
Wednesday,
out
do I
now.
need this to get in?
Yes.
Hold on
That's
to it.
official.
Hold on to it.
You did it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very official.
I don't know who to thank. All of y'all are wonderful. So, all right, there it is. Yeah, okay.
The white
Apparently
whale.
Next week, I got to clear my calendar and make sure that I'm good to go. Well, that was unexpected. All right. I don't know what to do, Sophie. You said something. I think you said rap, but I'm just standing here in awe and disbelief.
We'll take it from here.
All right. Bye.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Close.
All right.
It's
It is
It's real, okay.
Okay, but
All right.
we've got to move on.
All
It's
right.
all about moms right now. It is the time of year where we celebrate mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card.
Play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan that QR code, get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck.
And stay with Fox 45. Good Day Baltimore. Coming up in about 30 minutes, we're going to speak with the Baltimore local who made their debut on Wheel of Fortune.
And up next, Mark Clark taking us to Bikini Bottom as a middle school gets ready for opening night of the SpongeBob musical. 9:22 now on Good Day Baltimore.
It's So Baltimore. Take a trip under the sea where a sponge lives in a pineapple.
You can explore Bikini Bottom in a youth musical at Monsignor Slade. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark getting a sneak preview. Mark.
And once again, we're with director Karen Abbott. We're so excited it's going down this weekend.
This weekend, Friday and Saturday. 2 shows on Saturday, 1 show Friday night, 6:30. Tickets, showtix4u.com.
All right, can we see a little bit more?
Yeah, let's get it. Ready, guys? Go ahead.
30 heroes to the rescue. All right. So come on, hero is our middle name. Facing trouble is our game. We won't back down. We're gonna save this town. I'm sending you only place anymore. Courage is our place today. Hero is our middle name. Hero is our middle name. Hero is our middle name.
As you can see, a great performance, and everybody loves SpongeBob SquarePants. Get your tickets. It's going to be a great show.
Well, if you want more information about getting out there, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A cool and cloudy morning, but we will warm up on Thursday. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking those warmer temperatures in his full Weather Authority forecast.
The brazen and fatal armed robbery that happened here in Canton is hitting too close to home for another business owner. Just ahead, why she's closing her shop after more than 40 years of being open.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Wednesday. Coming up at 9:30, I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland, and a life forever changed here on our show this morning.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he got the golden ticket. He is going.
Kind of golden, yeah. Well, in my eyes, it's golden. I just got off the phone with someone. I'm going to have it put in a nice glass case at my house, so I'm excited. Bromo Seltzer Tower next Wednesday. I'm going.
You're going.
Heck yeah.
What time? Is this going to be live?
This is going to be live, Megan, starting in the 7 o'clock hours, what I'm told. Maybe even earlier. Depends on when we can get light up there and if I can touch the clock or not, which I'm also told I'm not allowed to. Either way. It'll be a lot of fun. As we take a look outside. Oh, Charm City Tanks. Okay, that's next on the list. I got to get right up those stairs to the top of the Charm City Tanks shot right there. A lot of cloud cover out there. Look at these temps, guys. Unfortunately, still in the mid to upper 40s, so you'll still need a jacket as you make your way out here this hour, especially if you're out for a run or a jog in the next hour. Grab that extra layer. A couple of light showers off and on throughout the day today. We're not talking about pouring rain, but we are talking about numbers only in the 50s. Mid-60s tomorrow, so already an improvement, and upper 60s on Friday. Really looking good as we approach this upcoming Cinco de Mayo weekend. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now. Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, our Beltway cameras are up here this morning, and we've got some volume out there, some wet conditions in some areas as well. Keep that in mind. But at this point, some of the incidents we saw earlier are starting to clear up a little. In a city in crisis, Sunday's brazen armed robbery resulting in the death of T-Mobile employee Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez, now hitting close to home for one Highlandtown store owner.
She says it reminds her of when she was forced to fight for her life when an armed robber entered her store back in March.
So scary. Shannon Lilly joining us now live from Canton with her demands for action. Shannon.
Well, it was a horrifying scene, Megan and Patrice, over the weekend inside this T-Mobile store in this very popular Canton area with a Safeway just across the way. A lot of people in this area. And what happened here in Canton is not too dissimilar to something Jody Rossoff has experienced twice in just 6 months.
I can't handle that. I'm sad for him. I'm sad for his family. The PTSD that it's bringing back to me. I can't. It's crazy.
Well, back in March, Rossoff's Doc's Smoke Shop in Highlandtown was robbed at gunpoint for the second time. This time, the owner finding herself in a fight for her life, and it was all captured on this surveillance footage. This scuffle ending with Rossoff shooting that suspect. He was later arrested and identified as Jerome Owens, a convicted felon with a criminal history that spans more than 25 years. So now Rossoff is not only frustrated with the level of crime that we are seeing in the city, she is also frustrated with the handling of criminals. And so she's decided, Megan and Patrice, to close her business after it's been open for more than 40 years.
What a scary experience for her, and seeing all of this play out again. What does she want to see different in the city? What does she want to see change?
Well, there's a lot, Patrice, that she thinks needs to change. But first of all, she doesn't think anyone should have to feel afraid to be in their own business. So, of course, she's frustrated with the mayor. She's frustrated with the former state's attorney. And she's frustrated with prosecutors and judges because she wants to see these criminals held accountable. She wants to see them not only be arrested, but prosecuted. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Shannon, thank you. Turning now to a new debate at City Hall over Councilman Yitzi Schleifer's effort to better track how tax dollars are being spent.
His bill calls for more transparency and accountability in the grant awarding process. Right now, once money is given to nonprofits, it is difficult to see where it then goes.
We've seen just in the past year, hundreds of millions of dollars going out the door through the ARPA funding and other funding, and it's important to know where that money is going, what those organizations are doing, and this bill is going to help improve that. This will hopefully answer a lot of questions that people have as to where the money is going and are we getting a good return on those investments.
It's possible this bill could shed light on how the Safe Streets program spends its money. Fox 45 News has been investigating this issue for more than a year. Taxpayer watchdog David Williams says transparency is key.
People want this program to work. They want the streets to be safer, but they just don't know where the money is going. A lot of money is being spent, and a lot of lives are at risk. Taxpayers and the citizens want to know that the money that's being spent is being spent wisely.
City Council President Nick Mosby is co-sponsoring the bill, along with Council members Zeke Cohen and Danielle McCrae. Mark Conway and Antonio Glover voicing support. We send questions to other members asking where they stand, but we haven't yet heard back. Fox 45 News Press Mayor Brandon Scott about the plan on Monday, but he didn't really take a stance.
I'm always someone that talks about transparency, but when you think about our grants, right, and the grants that the city gets, I don't think that anybody's gonna argue that, especially when we get them from the federal and the state government that has a lot of requirements and that information is out there for the public to see. We're always going to be pushing that out there. We'll see and talk with the council member about the piece of legislation as it goes through the process.
Well, the legislation has been sent to the Rules and Legislative Oversight Committee for further debate. It is not clear when a hearing will be scheduled. We want to hear from you, though. Do you think your council member should support the transparency bill? So far, 98% of voters say yes. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in on this.
Well, when it comes to the Safe Streets program, the case of a man killed more than 3 years ago is raising more questions about how it operates.
After the murder of my father, I met somebody who I'm deeply connected to, who had a relationship with Safe Streets. And even from their experience, I can say that I don't know how safe it is.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost spoke with that family searching for answers. You can see the full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A new Goucher poll reveals reducing crime and improving education are the most important things that Marylanders are hoping Governor Wes Moore will address. Olivia Dance joining us live now with how the governor is responding to those concerns and what's on his agenda today.
Well, Megan, Governor Moore is signing several bills today, but none of them are focused on Marylanders' top concern, which is crime. In fact, out of the 800 residents surveyed in that Goucher poll, 83% of them said that reducing crime is very important. And just last week, the governor was asked to respond to Republicans who say that he hasn't been tough enough on crime. Take a listen to what he said.
I'd say for the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the homicide rate in the state of Maryland. So their plans weren't working. For the past 8 years, we have watched a doubling of the rate of non-fatal shootings in the state of Maryland. Whatever was being done before, that wasn't working because we've continued to watch our communities feel less safe. So for people who say that we're not moving aggressively enough, A, I think they're not paying attention to what we're actually doing, and B, it's interesting that they're not acknowledging, and I'm asking where they were for the past 8 years.
When the governor was asked where he fell short in the past 100 days, he admitted it was in addressing crime and public safety. So it'll be interesting to see if that changes during the rest of his time in office. Now, as far as today, the governor will be very busy as he is signing several bills addressing a variety of other concerns beyond crime. He's signing 4 bills focused on reproductive rights and freedom. Another bill is the Trans Health Equity Act, and the final bill is cannabis reform. And of course, Fox 45 News will be there when he signs those bills. And you can find more details on our website at foxbaltimore.com. But for now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
A new report from Redfin shows home prices in some metro areas cost less now than they did a year ago. How home prices in Baltimore compare to other cities.
And cloudy, cool, breezy today, but we can expect a weekend warm-up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking those warmer temps ahead in his full Weather Authority forecast. It is 9:39 and you're watching Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore, all local, all morning. A new report from real estate company Redfin shows how the housing market is shifting in individual cities.
Tom Rogers has more from our Life Center. Tom.
Yeah, according to the report, Redfin says 7% of homes for sale nationwide right now cost less than they would have a year ago, enough to offset those higher interest rates. Good news there, but it also depends largely on where you live and your price point. Look at the red. That's where we are. Taking a live look now over Austin this morning, where Redfin says 1 in every 4 homes for sale right now have come down enough in price to make the monthly payments less than they were a year ago, even with interest rates for a 30-year fixed currently around 6.4%. Now, Seattle, San Francisco, New York, Pittsburgh round out the top 5 metros with the highest percentage of homes where estimated monthly payment would now be lower than last year. Now, Redfin also analyzed 100 other metro areas to see how they compare, and according to the report, 6% of for-sale homes in Baltimore have lower estimated monthly housing payments than they do a year ago. Median sale price in March of 2023 was $330,000. The change in median sale price from March 22 to 23 fell nearly 3%. But when you look at this map right here, you see a lot of red around Maryland. That's the latest from our Live Center. Megan Patrice, back to you.
All right. Thank you, Tom. Get ready to spin the wheel. After the break, we're speaking to the Marylanders making their Wheel of Fortune debuts. Time now, 9:43 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
$9.46, 2 Maryland locals spin for their chance to win America's Game Wheel of Fortune. Contestants Nolanda Robert and Antoinette Myers-Perry join us this morning to talk about all the fun and adventure. Good morning to the both of you.
Good morning.
All right, so Nolanda, we're going to start with you because your episode was on last night.
Yes.
Tell me about it because you came out with some big prizes.
Yes, it was fun. And I actually had people over and did a watch party. And I actually won. I'm allowed to say that I did win. And so I won $7,400.
That's pretty awesome.
Yes.
And you said not long after that, the neighbors came and knocked on the door. Everybody wants to be around the winner. So what is it like? Because obviously you're a fan. How long have you been watching?
I've been watching Wheel since I was a teenager.
So what is it like to now be on the Wheel stage in front of the Wheel?
It's a lot different than what people think. Instead of you sitting in your living room and solving those puzzles, and it's a lot more complicated with the lights showing, and then the weight of the wheel is pretty heavy, so you have to put your whole body weight in there to spin that thing.
Yes. Okay, so, but it worked out well for you.
Yes,
That's the good news.
Yes.
Antoinette, we don't know how yours is going to work out, because when will yours air?
On Thursday, May 4th at 7:30 p.m.
That's tomorrow.
That
so we're
is
all
tomorrow.
going to be watching tomorrow night. You can't tell us what happened, but just talk about the experience, meeting Pat and Vanna and being there with them. What is that?
It was amazing. I truly, I've grown up watching Wheel of Fortune, and so it was just astounding to be surrounded by people who were cheering for you.
Right.
And Pat is really kind of funny and in a really intimidating way. You're like, you want to have a comeback, but he's so quick. You know,
He's been doing it for a while.
He's been doing it for a long time. So it was awesome. And Vanna truly is the sweetest person in person. So it was lovely.
How do you end up on the show? How did that happen?
So it is a process. You have to audition and send in actually a video of yourself, like showing your personality. And if you pass that first part, then you'll get a phone call for an actually one-to-one interview.
That is so interesting. And then what do you do how do you prepare for Wheel of Fortune?
You know, that's a really cool question. I think one of the ways that I understood to be prepared was crossword puzzles.
Okay.
The Wheel of Fortune game app was really fun, and I've always been playing that. So, and really just preparing to know that you can always guess wrong and be okay with that, right?
Because I did that last night.
We do that every night sitting in front of the television. Look at that. Look at how they have doing it. Ladies, thank you so much, and we will be watching tomorrow.
Thank you.
I will be watching. Thank you.
All right, meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's a whole different animal when you're there. You got to think on your feet. It's hard.
Yeah, and you guys had a live studio audience, right? I mean, there's people there. Like in here, there's nobody here. We got a camera and some people walking around, but that's really cool that you got to do that. And congratulations to both of you. I got to, also, I mean, the big thing too. I mean, Vanna doesn't spin those letters anymore. She just goes up and touches them. So, I mean, you know. But either way, that's pretty. And doesn't Pat live here? Pat's from Maryland.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So that's kind of cool. Maybe Pat watches every now and then. So,
I know.
all right. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We got to do some weather now. Of course, you can watch Wheel of Fortune every weeknight right here at 7:30 on Fox 45, right after Jeopardy. Jeopardy and Wheel, they go together. Charm City Tank's shot right now. I'm all starstruck right now. Looking out over the Patapsco, we got those gray skies around. Yeah, not the best day to be out, but it's not bad. The rain has moved on. We still have the potential of seeing at least a couple of pop-up showers as this pesky upper level low just continues to meander to the north of us. It's going to be moving out of here over the next couple of hours. What that's going to do, it keeps the clouds with us. It brings more of a northwesterly wind. But again, notice there's not a lot of green, so we're not tracking a bunch of rain today. Just a couple of scattered showers here and there. Golfers, maybe you want to get out there, try to sneak in around today. Just chilly, and notice you're not going to deal with too much rain. Probably at least a 1-club wind. Most of us in the low to mid and upper 50s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Hartford and Cecil counties also in those mid 50s as well. Typically lower 70s. We'll be a lot closer to average as we head into the weekend, even above average, too. And up and down the 95 corridor, those mid to upper 50s for New York and Philly, down through Baltimore and D.C. Hold off on getting the grass cut today. Tomorrow will be better, and Friday, definitely a green light there on your mowcast, so you should be good to go. But just know those pollen numbers here, trees and grass now into that high category. So the fact that we didn't get a lot of rain yesterday, still making those pollen numbers go up. And as we get drier and warmer into the weekend, pollen numbers are going to continue to rise. So low to mid 70s, along with those temperatures rising, upper 70s, even some lower 80s toward next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. The Ed Reed Foundation is hosting its annual fitness camp happening at Booker T. Washington Middle School.
The 9-time Pro Bowler will join other guest mentors and guide students through field day activities, and that is where we find Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. You know, this is the moment when you feel like we're so spoiled here in Baltimore because we have Hall of Famer Ed Reed, who comes back all the time, gives to the community. Ed, why do you do it? And again, thank you for all that you've done and that you do.
I'm from here, man. I'm from, you know, these type of streets. You know, something I've always said. But Booker T is home, man. Booker T is, you know, a big part of who I am, because it was the first school, you know, that I visit when I came to Baltimore. And we've had a relationship for 20 years now. And to be able to impart a little piece of wisdom to these young men and young women, you know, that's what it's about.
I love it, man.
It's pumping these kids, man. You know, we talked about it a little bit before, you know, so giving back to the youth, you know, knowing that I was one of those young kids, you know, that's what it's about.
And thank you for the impact, not only here in Baltimore, but around America, man. You know, your brand is like family. You know, that's one thing about that's family. Been that way since, you know, since back in the day.
Appreciate it.
And so we appreciate Ed Reed again doing it here at Booker T, guys. And what else can we say? These kids get a chance to hang out with a legend.
Awesome.
Well, make sure you stay with Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore after the break. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has his exclusive 10-day forecast.